Good morning, everyone. Hi, hello. Let us know in the chat where you are watching from. We are we are waking up is what's happening. We're waking these vocal cords. We are live from San Francisco in California with our very special guest, Shaylin Wallace. Hi, Shaylin.
Hey, everyone.
So let us know where you're watching from and let us know what you're working on right now. Hopefully you are getting creative near the end of the week and you are going to carry that over into the weekend and stay creative, making some stuff with us. Shaylin, what are we making today?
So today we're going to make a poster based off a song that I chose. It's going to be like a music poster type thing, so let's get into it.
And we are going to be, we're going to be serving some surrealness.
Surrealness, yes.
There's a little hyphen in there. So we're going to be doing some surreal compositing today. We're going to be working in Adobe Express, Adobe Photoshop. So if you want to learn, stick around. We also have a lot of other streams coming up today. We'll be showing you some behind the scenes video, how to create social content. And at the end of the day, at 1 p.m. Pacific time, we will be showing you the top 10 creative tips from this week on Adobe Office Hours with me and Nick Longo. So let's hop in and talk about you real quick. If we want to hop over to my screen, Shaylin, tell us about who you are, what you do, and kind of what your work is.
All right, so if you guys don't know me, I'm Shaylin Wallace, but I go by Shay the Surrealist, and I create surreal art in Photoshop. Shout out Photoshop. And I've been doing this since I was about, I say 14 or 15 years old. My style is very what I call surreal minimalism. So I love to combine colors, flowers, nature with physical human forms, just because I feel like they go hand in hand. And I love surrealness and bringing things that are not what they seem to be seen.
Yes. So we're going to be working... I love the cumulus cat. That's so fun. So we are going to be working in Photoshop today, and I want to give some shout outs to people in chat. Nice to see you. Someone is saying, okay, hair, Slaylin. I love that. Yes. Thanks for joining us, Sherry. Hello, Sean, Umacorn, Jack, Oliver, Wade, lots of friends in chat. If you weren't watching, Wade was streaming right before us. We have a lot of great streamers here on Adobe Live, so go give Wade a follow, and you'll get notified next time he goes live. So, all right, let's hop in. Let's hop over to your screen, and we are starting with the dreaded blank canvas.
Yeah.
We got a little bit on here today, but let's talk through what's the workflow we're going to do today.
So we're going to start off with a mood board just so I can get organized with my ideas, and then you guys can help me as well. Like, I like to talk to the chat and see, bounce ideas off and get your opinions about certain things so we can interact as well. And I did choose the song. It was very hard because I have a lot of songs that are very inspirational to me recently, but I decided to choose Falling or Flying by Georgia Smith. If you haven't heard it, play it. It's awesome.
Not on this stream.
Yeah.
We're avoiding those copyright strikes.
Right. So I actually took some screenshots I'm going to add here as some text, and we're going to just start organizing my ideas so far.
So if you haven't used Adobe Express, it's really great for doing mood boarding and kind of getting your ideas out of your head onto a page. And then we're going to use Photoshop. We're going to kind of go back and forth and use the power of both of these. And again, you can use your own assets. You can upload screenshots. We can get things started here.
All right, so I'm just going to add some lyrics that are inspirational and kind of will describe my concept and my vision. I dabbled in a few words, so I just said, the vision I'm having for this piece is like a portrait, and it's going to have like a split of the sky, like the sunset and the sunrise, and then someone falling, and kind of based off of some of the lyrics as well. And
in your process, do you have it all in your brain? And
yeah.
then you're just like, okay, I see it. I just need to get it out.
Yeah, I can just see all the pieces, so it's kind of hard to be like, oh, so tell me about it. It's like, so you see that, right? It's like, no, I can't see it. It's like, okay, let me show you in Photoshop.
All right, so as we get these in, I'm going to put up a poll on YouTube. I want to know, chat, do you like to mood board or do you like to just jump right into the project? So if you want to, you can join us over on YouTube to vote in our poll. Mod, who's our mod today? Jack Watson. Jack, if you can go ahead and just toss into the poll, toss the link into the poll. Go vote. Over on YouTube, we are live, and you can go vote in that poll and let us know, do you want to like to mood board or do you like to just jump in? Ooh, and someone said adding specific lyrics to a mood board is a really great way to reference. I agree.
Because it's just like, I listen to music a lot when I work, so I'm always inspired by something I'm listening to.
What's your vibe right now?
R&B, as you can tell by the song, but R&B. I've been listening to a lot of jazz as well. It's just sometimes songs don't need lyrics; you just need instrumentals.
Yes. And thank you. Jack has dropped the link to the poll if you'd like to go vote over on YouTube. And also, I didn't say hi to our YouTube friends. Hello. We have Nigalia's here, Salmar. We have Jack. We have Vandal. Nice to see you to some of our regulars. And hello to the new faces as well. Hi, Ryan Toon. Nice to see you as well. All right, so we're dropping in lyrics. We're getting things going here. And what is the purpose of doing this mood board? Why are we doing this in our process?
To also, for me, it's to help the viewers understand my concept behind the song, so that way y'all can see like how I'm coming up with the stock photos I'm going to look for, and then as well as some of the generative images I'm going to create with words.
Cool. Yeah, so if you're not familiar with Adobe Express, it is an all-in-one drag and drop platform, really easy to use, and it does have generative AI, so it does use the power of Firefly here. So we're going to make some mood boards, and this is something that we could share with clients. This is something that we could share with other people on the team. If we were collaborating, if we were working with someone else, great way for us to be able to share and work with them. And what's cool is Adobe Express also has live collaboration, and so if we wanted to, we could be working on this at the same time together, which would be really great.
Yes. So I just added 2 of my pieces as references that are kind of inspired for this piece. I kind of want to combine both of these, but create something, different, of course. But it's good. It's going to be a double exposure. So.
Oh, cool.
That's one of my strong suits. So if you guys been to my lives before, you've seen me do a couple double exposure pieces before here. So.
Love double exposure effects.
This right here is actually not a photograph. It's a text to image.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Wow. So it looks like we have, this is orange and blue and yellow pastel sunset in the sky with no clouds and still winds. Ooh.
Yes. This is actually my first time using anything like AI based, so when I thought of like how can I explain what I want to create in terms of an image, I'm like, what do I search sometimes for, stock images? So I did that, but then extended it.
Yes.
So
it's
working. It's working. So.
That's really cool. So we're doing this to kind of get a base to where we're going to go with a mood board. And this is something we'll probably start here and then continue to build and change maybe in Photoshop once we get there. Yeah, cool.
Yes.
Hey, Patrick, nice to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. And if you are just joining us for the first time, hi, EO, nice to see you as well. We are live all day today from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific time, and Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Every weekday we are live from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. with great content, helping you be more creative and level up your creative skills. So we've got some settings here. We've got photo, so we don't want it to be illustration.
Yes.
And then we have a bunch of options. And how are you creating more options?
So there was a more button. So you start off with 4, and if I like the first 4, I always click more so I can see the other options and see what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something kind of like this, very simplistic, not as many clouds. I'll probably try a different input just so I can see if I can get something with not so many clouds.
Yeah, it definitely is giving you clouds in every one.
Yeah. But as for the gradient and then that sky I'm looking for, that's coming out perfectly.
Oh yeah, that gradient is tasty.
Yeah. I still can't believe these are not photographs.
Well, I thought when you're like, oh, this isn't a photograph, and I was like, it's not stock, or like, nope, it is fully generated with Firefly. That's really cool.
Yeah, this summer I was like, let me try for the first time, and I had a lot of different prompts. I was just experimenting with prompts.
And Firefly's really great for stuff like this, that you need a background, you need like a color theme, you need to kind of just get your project going. It's a great creative co-pilot to get you started, and then we're going to take this and kind of edit it into exactly what we want it to be. Okay, adding more colors, adding more detail. So what's great about Firefly is you can continue to edit, and it will keep that original. It will show you those options, but then keep adding on to them. So we're using text to image here. Also available in Adobe Express is text effects. We have text to image, and I believe that we have generative fill. I believe is also available in Adobe Express. You also can get those all at firefly.adobe.com. Ooh, it's giving you a lot more of that pink. I like that.
Yeah, I was like, let me add some more colors. Yeah, I would start off with like a simple prompt, and then I'll just keep adding words to see what comes out. And then if I like a certain output, I'll continue to add that.
I love that one.
I'm going to go ahead and save this one.
Yes, I love that one a lot.
I'm gonna download it as a PNG. So, and the page is only one page, so I only do one page.
Yep, and so you can export directly out of here. If we were making social media, we could also schedule it.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna load some more.
Ooh, and that's a great suggestion, actually, Jack. You may be able to use Gen Fill to remove some of the clouds.
Oh, yeah.
You probably could.
I could do that. Like remove the clouds.
Man, it is so crazy how great these sunsets are.
Right? I think I'm getting closer and closer to what I'm looking for. I really like this one. I'm going to download it. Sometimes when the output is really good, I tend to download almost everything.
Yes, and we know that we're not going to keep it here in Express. So Express is good for drag and drop content. It's great for mobile creation on the go, but it's not great about the detail of what you have in Photoshop. So doing things like adjustment layers, doing things, right, like adding noise, all those details, that's great to take into Photoshop. So that's why we're exporting these so that we can really get them over into Photoshop.
So these are technically just assets I'm going to use. So that's basically what I'm doing.
Yes.
So making my own stock images.
Yes, building the base.
Yes. I'm going to try something else for the sky.
Maybe we do a sunrise instead of a sunset.
Let's try that.
Like at dawn, we ride at dawn.
What if I...
And it looks like, chat, you have voted in our YouTube poll, and it looks like 53% of you like to just jump into the project, and you don't like to mood board. Very interesting to see that split. I do not like to mood board. I am one that just jumps into the project.
Yeah, I jump right into Photoshop usually. Just download images and then straight into Photoshop.
Ooh. Okay, so these are something, so there's a great tool in Illustrator where you can extract color palettes. You also can go to color.adobe.com and extract color palettes. I would use this for that. Like, these colors are amazing, and I would generate this kind of sunset, and then I would just go pull the color palette.
Yeah, this one is nice.
Yes, and Robert is saying a great question that maybe we should try. Have you tried using a music lyric as a prompt?
I have not used music lyric.
Let's maybe try that. So we had some lyrics on our first page, I believe, that we had on the mood board. Let's grab one of those and put it in and just see what happens here.
All right, this one says it's night and day. So it says I could be falling, flying.
Let's do the falling, flying one.
Okay.
So this is going to be really fun. So the quote is, I feel like I could be falling or flying, I believe.
So I could be falling or flying. I feel like this, I'm not sure what to expect.
Yeah, I've actually done this a few times. We had a zine that we did for Adobe Max, and we had someone write poetry, and then we put the poetry into Adobe Firefly and then took the outputs and paired them with the poetry, which is really interesting.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Oh, some really weird stuff.
Yeah.
Some really,
I feel like
really
I want
weird
to try.
stuff.
I want to try the night and day.
Yeah, let's try the night and day one.
If it's like half and half, that would be cool. If it is, yeah, I've tried a few of the other types, but photo is my favorite because I want the realism.
Yep. Yeah, I think photo's really great. Oh, wow, interesting.
Wow.
That's interesting how something that's opposite, it's having trouble pairing them together like seamlessly. It's really giving you night
like 2 images.
and then day, yeah, straight through.
Interesting.
Wow, on pretty much all of these, it's like a pretty hard cut.
Oh, I like this one. It's like the sun.
Oh, and the lighting of the sun coming up on the moon. That's
nice.
very interesting. Okay, so that's what it looks like when we put in lyrics. Pretty cool. Do we want to hop into Photoshop and start building based on what we have kind of started in Express?
Yes, let me finish. I do want to generate some more stars. This is actually
cool.
an image I did as well. I did glowing small white stars in a black midnight clear sky.
Yes, so if you were working with stuff like this, it's very important to designate a background color.
Yeah.
Because it will give you like space, color. It will give you like extra things that you may not be able to use. And I know that we might be screening some of this. We might be using blending modes. And so if you want to have the versatility of the file, you want to make sure that you're using black background on a white background, isolated. Words like that in your prompts to get the images that you want and you need. And yes, Wade Acuff is saying interstellar vibes. I agree.
Right. This would be a good overlay. So I'm just thinking ahead of just trying to get all the things I need.
Yep, you have the background, and then you know that you're going to have some pieces that kind of come over, that the opacity changes, and maybe interact with your image.
Exactly. So.
All right, chat, I'm going to put up one more poll here, and hopefully you're accustomed to polls. We did a little practice round. I want to know what kind of music you like to listen to. Shaylin, we talked about yours, your
Yes.
R&B and a little bit of jazz, right?
Yes.
Any favorite artists?
Ooh, that's a good question. Who are you guys' favorite? If you do like R&B, who's your favorite R&B artist?
Ooh.
Like, what do you listen to right now?
All right, so let's do jazz. We've got R&B. We got to get our rock girlies in there. I just got tickets yesterday to go see Avril Lavigne.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be so cool.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
And then maybe let's do pop. So chat, there is a poll that just started over on YouTube. Let us know what kind of music you like to listen to. Are we jazz? Are we R&B? Are we rock? Or are we pop? And our moderator, Jack, is going to drop a link. And also, you can check it out right there. Subscribe to the YouTube channel while you're there. Why not? adobe.ly/liveyt. You can go vote and smash that sub button while you're over there. You can just click all kinds of buttons. If you see a button, just click it and see what happens. Might change your life.
Awesome. So we're about to head into Photoshop, and I just want to go over the concept and the vision again. So it's going to be like a portrait like this one, and then I'm going to try and create a night and day effect and a person falling.
Sweet.
With a bunch of other cool things, but that's the gist of it.
Let's hop into Photoshop.
Yes.
You had a lot of detail there, and I'll probably ask this again when we get done, or when we get near the end, but how do you know something is finished? Because with surreal stuff like this, you could add forever. How do you know when something is finished? Like, when do you hit your zone where you're like, all right, I'm done?
When it's officially finished is when I go into Lightroom and I add like the final like color correction. That's when it's like officially finished. But in Photoshop, it's finished when I feel as though the whole piece itself is cohesive and balanced.
Yep.
In my own eyes.
Yeah, balance is, I think, a big thing.
Yeah.
That you kind of go, and I like to think of it, if you put a pin in the center of your image and you put it on a table, is it gonna fall anyway, right? I like to think of like the mental weights of things. And so having it balanced, once you hit that, yes, let's export and take it to Lightroom and get all that going. And so now we're just grabbing our exports, we're grabbing some of the generated images, we're grabbing some stock, and we're getting all of our images in. Do you like to just drag them all in at the same time and then just work with the layers?
I do.
Yep.
Just easier.
Oh my goodness, that hair.
Yeah, I was looking for some different portrait ideas. I like to work with different portraits, so I have a few right here. I think this one's my favorite just because like the background's already a solid color and it'll be easy to remove it if I need to. And then this one is really nice, the shadows.
Yes.
And then
I feel like the
one.
double exposure with the texture of that hair is going to be so cool.
Yeah.
It just has a lot of varying values, and when you're working with double exposure, you're not necessarily looking at the actual color of things. You're looking at the values and tones And so this has so many different like texture values in that hair and in the skin and the highlights, and that's going to be a really cool effect.
Yeah, brighten it up a little bit. Okay. So Command L. I got to share my favorite shortcuts like I always do, but
Yes.
Command L is how you get the levels. That's what I just did.
Good morning, Kristen. Nice to see you. And what do levels do?
Levels, they is for contrast and brightness, and then mid levels, you can kind of fix all of those on images, and anything you import for layers.
Sweet. And we're mentally thinking as we do these that we are doing that double exposure.
Mm-hmm.
So it may not be exactly how we want the image to be, but it's how we need it to be to achieve the effect that we're working on.
Exactly. I'm going to do
Oh, hello, contextual toolbar. A little friend popped up.
This one, I just select the subject. I love that tool.
Oh, it's the contextual toolbar is one of my favorites if it's pinned. I like have to have it pinned to the location, because if it keeps popping up places, I'm like, get out of here. But if you don't know, you can click on those 3 dots and you can pin it to a specific location. Very, very important. Yes, so that it's not popping up wherever. You can have it exactly where you want it, and it never moves.
Oh, wow.
Right?
Well, I'm going to put it right there.
Magic.
Because sometimes I'm like, why is it moving when I'm moving?
Yes.
It's in my way. So that helps. Okay. I'm not going to lie, I'm going to add some more images in here. I usually have like over 20 sometimes as I start off. So we're going to just grab some more.
There's a lot of great stuff in here.
Yeah.
And I think I've described design a little bit before as scrapbooking. It's just like the worst comparison. But this is a great example that like you're going to create this awesome image, but you know that it's all puzzle pieces. And so our job as designers is to find the puzzle pieces and then how we're going to put them together. And so a lot of times people will illustrate like Wade. Wade will illustrate and just make it as it goes. And I like watching this composite workflow because it really is finding the pieces that you want and then knowing how to put them together.
Yes, okay. I think that's enough.
Yes.
I think that's enough. Okay. And now the fun part. I'm going to just start clicking layers, and I probably won't label my layers, but it's okay.
Oh,
I'm going to group them.
Yeah, chat, that's going to be the next poll that we talk about after this one. We're going to know, we need to know if you name your layers or not. And someone's saying, yes, you can only pin in Photoshop and not Illustrator. Yes, that is a thing. I have talked to the Illustrator team about it. They're very aware. So there have conversations have been had, and I'd assume that like as it's a new tool, and so as things roll out, as things grow, the hope would be that it would become unified across different products and stuff. So we're always chatting with the teams, and again, that is great. That is what Adobe Live is for. We're here to hear your feedback, to pass it along to the teams. We chat with the Photoshop team. We chat with the Illustrator team. So if you have thoughts, if you had feedback, let us know in the chat, and we will always try to pass that along to the teams. All right, so we have all of our little pieces coming in here, and we're kind of just stacking. And do you work with the layers and kind of delete and add as you go?
Yeah, sometimes I'll have layers I don't even want to use, but I like the idea, so I'll keep them just for fun. But once the file size starts increasing, I decide to delete layers.
And I love the live preview of blend modes.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite. That's my favorite. It's my absolute favorite.
Oh, this is already looking so gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm like about to try out some things. I'm gonna make a simple. G is the bucket tool. So if you guys don't know what that is, G.
Also, if you're using a hotkey, try holding shift with it, and it might do something a little bit different. Also, if there is a tool, if you hold shift and keep hitting that hotkey, it will cycle through the tool. So if you hit G, or if you hit Shift G, it should bring up like the gradient tool, or if you're using the lasso, it'll change between the magnetic lasso. It will cycle through anything that is stacked underneath that hotkey.
All right, so I made a sublayer for the portrait. So,
okay.
So now when I add certain layers, I can just add it to this individual layer. So so they can just be shown in the portrait instead of the background.
Sweet. And we have about 30 minutes left, so we're starting to make the progress, getting things together. I think we're going to be just fine, but just as a time check.
Awesome.
Ooh, and I love, we didn't even talk about it, but it happened. I loved the composition that we ended up hitting that horizon line that you just put in at like the perfect rule of thirds.
Oh, yeah.
And so, right, it's something like you do, and you're like, this just looks good. And you're like, oh, there's a reason this looks good, because that's what it should be. And the chat has said, what kind of music do you like? The overwhelming winner is rock, with 50% rock. And then we have some R&B, we've got pop, and then jazz at the end. Y'all are missing out because jazz is amazing. Go listen to some jazz today. Get some Vince Guaraldi Trio. Oh, actually, I hate doing this, but I love doing this. Okay, chat, I'm gonna talk really quietly for a second. I need you to turn up your speakers as loud as they can go. Ready? Okay. Alexa, play Vince Guaraldi Trio. Google, play Vince Guaraldi Trio. Hey Siri, play Vince Guaraldi Trio. All the things. So I just want to make sure that everyone at home is listening to jazz as this stream happens. Good luck, everyone. Enjoy. You're welcome. All right, so now we're balancing everything together, trying to get it a little bit more cohesive. Can you talk a little bit about compositing and the steps you have to do to make sure that the images aren't clashing with each other?
Yeah, so right now I'm actually about to see how it looks in black and white, and if certain things are overlaid, it probably looks better in black and white because the color will shine through rather than the color on top of the brown skin. So I want to make sure. Right.
Ooh, oh, those highlights.
Yeah, I really like the highlight.
And so what we're doing now is we're doing black and white, but instead of converting the image to black and white, we're converting the colors into color values, right? So the yellows will get a certain amount of brightness from 0 to 100. The reds will get a value from 0 to 100. And so it's not just making the image black and white, it's about making the red this amount of black and white as you work through there. Kristen, thanks so much. Yes, of course. Enjoy. Enjoy the best jazz trio that's ever existed. From San Francisco, which is where we are live from today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right, so we're getting all the pieces in. It's looking good. And chat, we do need to know. I hate to start the controversy. Do you name your layers? I'm going to put a poll up in just a second, but we do have a question from our friend Stephen Overturf, the design director for the Houston Texans. I may have missed this, but would you benefit from doing some of this in Camera Raw? Ooh, interesting. Do you use Camera Raw at all?
Not really, only because I use Photoshop, so it kind of is my Camera Raw.
Yes. And I think with the compositing that we're doing, it's easier just to do adjustment layers here instead of doing Camera Raw. We could have done some of that in Camera Raw, but because we're compositing so much, I think it's easier to just do it in the workflow with the layers.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Okay. All right, now I'm going to decide what I want the background to be because I have a few gradients. I know it's going to be a gradient, but I have a few to choose from. So let's see. Got this warm one.
Cool. Ooh, one. Dark moody. And are these things that we had generated in...
These two are stock images.
Cool.
And then these mountain ones that I want to do the double exposure, those are the generated images. Yep.
And I have started a controversy in the chat about naming the layers.
Y'all could be honest. It's okay if you don't I mean, sometimes you get too caught up in the process that you forget to label.
Oh, and yes, Steven's saying that you could work with smart objects. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I always convert. If I have a rasterized image, I convert it to smart objects. That way, when I do add certain filters, I can turn it on and off like this.
Oh yeah, that is nice.
So that's why I like smart objects.
And I love that Oliver is saying the layers name themselves. That's the boat that I'm on. Is yeah, when I make a new layer, it says layer 56. I named this layer 56.
Layer 56.
What more do you want from me?
It's copy 5.
Yeah, copy 5.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of layers that are just turned off here. As you build, are you kind of just turning those on to see if it's vibing with the image, if it's adding to it?
Yeah, because I have a lot of options for the same thing. So there's like a lot of night skies, a lot of gradients, a lot of mountains. So it's like which ones are going fitting together perfectly, and then it's basically like a process of elimination and experimentation for collage that I do. So I have the idea, it's just which looks best to execute the idea.
And I like this with composites, is it very much is a kind of what works and what doesn't. You can kind of throw stuff at the wall, see what happens, and there's no wrong answers with composites. It's just what you like and what you don't like, and if you don't like it, delete it. And hello, another special shout out in the chat, William Blanco. So good to see you here. Thanks for joining us, designer out in the LA area. Really awesome person and great designer. So nice to see you. Thanks for joining us in the chat today. And chat, if you haven't said hi yet, what are you doing? Say hi to us. If you're lurking, that's fine. 2 letters, H-I. You can use these 2 fingers, H-I, right there. Say hi to us in the chat. If you are already in the chat, go ahead and give us a wave. A little wave emoji would be great.
Little wave.
Just a little wave. Just a tiny little wave.
Or peace sign. You could throw up some peace signs.
You can throw some peace signs.
That's my favorite. All right, I think I still have some more images I want to try out. These are actually my own personal images I took some photos of.
Do you find that you have images or textures that you use in a lot of things that like you've generated yourself or created yourself?
I do a lot. Yeah, I actually do. Especially for certain things, I like to add grain at the end or like that noise. It makes it like a softness, like a soft texture. Those are my favorite.
This is getting so vibey.
Yeah, I think I have a few more things I want to import, and then I'm going to start deciding what I want to add.
Cool.
Well, keep and delete.
Chat, I'm so surprised. 86% of the chat names their layers. That is a overwhelming amount. I can't believe it. I wish that I could vote in polls so I could give another point to the no's. But wow, that is very surprising. I feel like not a lot of designers do that, but you're all stars, chat.
Definitely. Better than me.
Better than both of us, honestly. Chat, you need to come on Adobe Live just to name some layers.
Yeah. I really love this sunset.
And there's that little arrow next to that layer. And once we find the...
it's the option.
What does that do?
You hold down Option, and then it becomes a sub-layer to the layer that's on top of it. So let's say this mood board right here, if I click Alt, it's like that little object, hold it down, and now it goes into that portrait, only because I cropped it out, so there's no background on it.
Yep. And think of it as almost creating like a window. So you're putting a layer on there, and then you're saying, hey, whatever is underneath here, whatever pixels are visible on the layer underneath here, use that as a window. And I just want to say, hey, the shape is the window. Whatever I'm putting here, lock it into the view of that window so that nothing else is coming through on the image.
I'm gonna make it more complex.
And Darina, hello, nice to see you. That looks like a new face in chat. Thanks for saying hi. The Adobe live streams taught me to name my layers. Good. Thanks so much for joining us, and hopefully you learn more things as you go. Alejandro says, I do name layers, especially to make variants. Yes, that is a time that I will name my layers as well. Ooh, Vandal, that's a great idea. I love that so much. Like a Firefly-powered version of naming layers. Like you can click a little magic button, and then it's oh, here you go, here are all your layers. Which, I mean, Firefly already knows what a sunset is. It already knows what all those things are. So I don't know, maybe it's possible. Hey, Fernando, throwing a wave and a peace sign. Overachiever over there.
Hey, peace sign.
And what are we doing here, kind of brushing things out?
Yeah, I'm getting rid of some details, like highlights, depending, because I want to see how it looks when I overlay this one. So I know it looks crazy right there, but
That's the great thing about Photoshop is
There we
like
go.
it can look crazy, but
I
then
had to
like
switch the layers.
once you get it where it needs to be,
Yeah.
like you can paint in a lot of nonsense that ends up looking very good. We got about 20 minutes left just as a
Okay.
time check as we keep going here.
Perfect, because I'm making some progress. So once I decide what I want to do next, I took these images and I edited them in Lightroom. Just wanted to check them out.
It's
as
a
well.
nice, those purples and reds are gorgeous.
Yeah.
And Robert says 50-50 when it comes to naming layers. I think if there's a reason for me to name the layer so I can remind myself of what I'm doing with it, most of my layer names are notes to myself about what that layer is doing.
Right. Yeah, same. It'd be like sunset. Ooh, I like that.
It's very watercolory.
Yeah, I like that.
Ooh, the contrast of those colors is really pretty. And again, I love watching your process and understanding how it is just almost problem solving. You have all the pieces in there and then a lot of sunset, a lot of background, and then it'll kind of be like, it's a little too bright, let's change this. It's a little too dark, let's change that. That it is just problem solving until it lands on where we want it to be.
Yeah, I really like this gradient.
Yeah. Yellow to orange, you can't go wrong with the blue to orange.
You can't.
It really, the contrast in there is good. At whatever tone it is, blue to orange, it's a win. Ooh, Shaylin Wallace. That's a great question that I'm going to literally Google right now and then pretend like I knew the answer to that the whole time. Is there a max amount of layers?
That's my sister.
Okay, cool.
What's that, Cherie?
Let's find out.
I actually don't know.
The maximum amount of layers as far as Creative Cloud 2022 is 10,000. So
I could do that.
Yep, at CS6, if you remember the days when we were releasing Creative Suites, 8,000 was the layer count. So you got 2,000 more when we moved to Creative Cloud. I'd love to see a 10,000 layer file.
I could do that. I don't know if my computer will take it, but
right. That would be a PSB file. Do you know what PSB stands for?
No, I was gonna say something funny, but no.
Okay, what's your guess?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay, chat.
I don't know.
We're gonna have you guess. What does the PSB file extension stand for? Don't Google it. Just put your guesses in chat. It'd be interesting.
PSB.
Oh, this is looking good. So mentally, we know where we want to go with the image. What other things do we need to add?
So I'm gonna add. I'm trying to create a split now between the face and like the body, kind of like how it is right now.
Yep.
But more contrasted, and then I'm gonna add something again on top of that, and then something in the background, and then some more stuff in the foreground.
Yep.
Just layering it. Just keep layering it.
Cool.
Adding layers.
And there's a lot of guesses coming in from chat. They're giggling. There's a lot of guesses saying Photoshop big. Yes, it literally is PSB, is Photoshop big. Wow. And that is the official extension of a Photoshop file that is over 2 gigabytes.
Very creative.
It is not PSD, it is PSB. And Wade Aco says bonkulous. Yes, that is it. Photoshop bonkulous.
Is that a real word?
Oh no, but it is now. Thank you, Wade.
Bonkulous.
Adobe Live trademarked.
I like this. Yeah, I like this.
And it looks like you're kind of getting your tones, finding the right piece, and then locking it to that layer.
Yes. Yeah, I'm liking the way this is looking now.
This is looking really good. Chat, we're going to give you a little ASMR moment because my throat is dry and I have not opened my soda before stream. This is for you, chat. There you go. What a nice little bonus. We got about 15 minutes left and I felt like we needed that.
Refreshing.
Refreshing. Adobe Live. Oh, interesting. Oliver says over 2 gigabytes or 30,000 by 30,000 pixels. That is a very large file.
That's huge.
When you're working with all your layers and kind of building these complex composites, do you ever does your computer ever ramp up, or do you ever hit just random crash with 900 layers and crazy things? Does that ever happen?
Yeah, it does. It actually does.
Yep. Yeah. So I think there are times that if you start stacking too many smart objects, if you start stacking too many linked objects, especially, there are troubles. But Photoshop is a lot faster now. It's a lot faster. There's a lot less crashes. And if you do get a crash, there's a little thing that pops up that says hey, do you want to submit feedback? Please do that. It's helpful to the teams to learn how to improve the products, what's going wrong in those situations. And it doesn't just go into some random database. It literally goes to a person. I've talked to him and he's like, I'm the guy that gets the emails when you fill it out. So it's a real person who's listening to your real problems and they're working on them. And that's why when Photoshop gets updates, it's always a little bit faster, a little bit better, because we're taking your feedback. Ooh, we're into naming the file. That was a great idea to save.
Yeah, I did, just in case. I saved a different one just in case I want to change this whole thing that I have right now, because sometimes I do that. So I can get carried away and change the whole concept. But I like how this is right now, so it's looking nice. It's the gradients.
There are so many gradients, and they're all contributing their own thing to the composition, really making it tie together. And especially because the gradations are similar, even though the colors are different, it's becoming really interesting. Ooh.
Yeah, I found this guy falling, and I'm going to try and just, map out where I want the person to fall. Probably somewhere in the middle, but I probably won't use this person. But I like it.
And again, it's a lot of concepting, that we're getting the concept in there, that it might not be the final, but we have the idea there, and then we can kind of hone it in as we go. And that's a great reason, what you just did, to start using the filters, start using adjustment layers, start making some of these smart objects so that you can turn stuff on and off and kind of see exactly what you want it to be. And then you can go back and adjust it like this.
Exactly. Yeah, that's better. I'm going to go back and clean layers later. Actually, I can do it now. This will be easy.
So when we're cleaning up the layers, how are you cleaning up the layers?
So I already have this black layer, and that's what I've been using to get rid of highlights. So I'm going to continue to do that on this one.
Yep, and we're just painting that in, and that was that one that you saw if you were with us. They were kind of just doing splotches and blotches, and that's great to clean up those highlights, especially around the edge right there. So we still get some definition, but it's not giving us that hard pixel edge around the whole face. Yeah, a nice little edge light is really good when you're doing portraiture, but when you're doing composites like this, it looks very out of place and feels a little too stark and kind of cuts your image up. Cool.
That's so much better.
Yep.
The white was bothering me.
Yeah, it was that little 1 pixel kind of white line, which sometimes you get that with selections. That wasn't a selection, it was just literally the edge light bouncing off of the model. But yes, that looks much more smooth and helps to kind of bring those images together.
Yeah, that is much better.
And that might be something with compositing, that it really is about bringing the images together, whether that be with tone, whether that be with color, or things like that. Anything that breaks the images apart, you want to figure out a solution to make that not break the image as much.
Oh, Command Z. Let me Command Z.
Undo, best hotkey there is.
Command Z. Real quick.
Also, if
Command
you
S.
try something and you undo, and then you want to undo your undo, Command Shift Z is redo. And then you can bring something back. So if you hit Command Z where you don't want to, or you try something and you like it more before, you can just Command Shift Z to redo. And I believe, okay, chat, you're going to keep me honest here. I believe the maximum amount of undos is 200. I think that that's the answer, that you can only undo to 200 steps. Let's check my work.
I think that's enough.
Yeah. Oh, if I'm undoing 200 steps, I've made a gross error along the way.
Yeah. At that point, new file.
Yeah, right?
Just gotta make a new file.
Oh, no, I was wrong. Only 50 times.
50? Ooh, that's cutting it.
50 times.
That might be. I might would do.
I could do 50 if I was doing like brushwork. I think that I could, because it does individual clicks. So if you're doing a lot of brushwork, I could see 50 being an issue there.
Let me see. Command S. Okay.
All right, so we're adding in more layers, continuing to stack. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna add this one.
This got much more golden.
Mm-hmm. I do want to do a contrast between like night and day, but I'll probably add this stars. I'll try and generate stars. So I can add that to part of the piece.
Ooh, I love that we're just experimenting and trying things and kind of almost changing some of the vision, right? That we have this idea of what we want it to be, but then we change a layer, we change a blending mode, and it's kind of like, ooh, that's really striking. Like maybe we incorporate that somehow. And yes, Patrick saying 200 is an illustrator. Let's see if that's true. Count of undos in Illustrator. Yes, 200 times in Illustrator. Yes, that is true. We're adding some noise here. Why did you add some noise to that?
Just to try it out.
Love it.
Just to try it out. I want to see. I'll probably add some noise later on once the piece is complete.
That like rainbow tone.
Yeah, that is nice.
Because it's gone full spectrum. We've got like the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and then we have that nice purple up top. That's really pretty. And yes,
really
D
nice
agrees, liking the gradients. We love these gradients.
Thank you. I really, when it comes to gradients, I have like a certain eye for what I want, and I'm glad I could find a few different options.
Yep, and we got about 8 minutes left.
Perfect.
So let's put some finishing touches, and then maybe we can kind of recap, get the vision, get the vibe. And if you want to, we are coming back. We actually have another stream with our friend Shaylin in just a few hours. So right after this, we have Brittney Megan coming up to do some awesome work showing you how to create social media. We're going to be using Adobe Express, some social media content specifically for video. So we don't do a lot of video content here in the studio, but we're going to be doing some video. And then stick around at the end of the day, 1 p.m. Pacific time. We have Adobe Office Hours coming at you with Nick Longo, and I will be showing you the top 10 creative tips for the week that happened here on Adobe Live, talking a little bit about Sundance that happened earlier this week. So join us for that. It's going to be unhinged, totally chaotic, and maybe on fire. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. I'm getting rid of some layers because that's the smart thing to do.
Oh, yes. So we're starting to edit.
Yes.
Which compositing is sometimes not about adding things. Sometimes it's about taking them away as well.
Right, so.
And yes, Will Blanco and Nick. Yes, Nick Longo is going to be hosting the next stream with Brittney. If you want to stick around with that, he is here in person. We are doing an in-person office hours. It is going to be so much fun. We love broadcasting from these studios in San Francisco. We're here every single Thursday. Okay, so now we're back on the black layer, just doing some of the tonal adjustments.
Yes. I think I like that so far. Yeah, this right here is perfect.
Well, and I love that the gradients are so subtle. Like, they're so dark and subtle, and then that pink and that purple is just like a boom. Like, it's a nice contrast that creates a really interesting dynamic to that. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh. Oh, a little tilt?
Yeah, might.
Uh-huh.
might have a little
Might
tilt.
get crazy. See what happens. We got about 5 minutes left.
Perfect.
Ooh. Chat, what do we think? Chat, give us your suggestions. Give us your thoughts. Give us your opinions. What do we think about this? Anything in the last minutes that we can improve, that we can change? Any suggestions that you have? Or do we just love it? Let us know in the chat. And if you're on YouTube, hello, I'm watching the YouTube chat. If you're on Behance, hi, I'm watching the Behance chat as well. We're all here together, so feel free, talk, add your opinions, add your suggestions into the chat for us as we start to wrap up a little bit here. Wow, I love how this is turning out.
Yeah, it's coming together very nicely.
And Jack is saying these colors are awesome. It's crazy how fast Shaylin worked through this composite. Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you for saying it's fast, because so sometimes I'm like, I don't know if you can see what I'm trying to convey, but the images will soon come together in a unique way.
Yep. And Fernando's saying that she is cooking. I love it. Yes, I agree.
You know, the wrist.
Looking good. I think chat is loving it.
Awesome.
Ooh, Will Blanco suggesting a workflow. And Will, I have a tip for you. So Will's saying it could be cool to merge everything together and then copy at the end and set that to hard light to add some extra contrast. So Will, here's a hotkey for you. If you want to add a layer of everything that you can see, you go to your top visible layer, and then you're going to hit Command-Option-Shift-E, and it will actually give you a layer of everything that is visible merged down. And then you can just use that instead of grouping and merging. That way you have all your layers intact, and you still have that nice little layer. Someone saying, love it. So fun.
Thank you. Oh, it looks really good.
It does look really good.
I haven't looked. I had to like stop and look back. I just did that, and
it's good. So let's try the thing that Will suggested just to see from chat. So let's scroll up and see what is your top most visible layer in your layers panel.
Where do I go?
Layers panel, and then just scroll all the way over to the side.
Over here?
Yep. And then just see, is there any other ones above where we are that have an eye on? No. So let's go back to that layer you were on with the eye.
This one down here?
Yes, that one. So then hit Command-Option-Shift-E. I believe that's a hotkey on Mac. Yes. So you see right there, it made a layer, and basically what it did is it took everything that's visible, compacted it down, and rasterized it, and then made a new layer for you. And so that way, you don't have to be messing around with losing layers. You can just merge everything down.
Wow, I just learned something new.
Right? And so then you can change the blending mode of that, or you can play around with the tones, and you can use that to kind of like augment what's below it. If you want to add more highlight, if you want to add a glow, you can blur it and then change it to like
add some noise. You know, I can
add some noise, totally.
Noise or something. That'd be cool.
Great shortcut. Yes, I agree. It is a great shortcut. Ooh. And yes, Alexio, don't get a hand cramp. That is the most complicated hotkey that I use.
Yeah, it was.
That's the most complicated hotkey that I use on occasion. In Illustrator, I'll use Mesh with Top Object, which is the same Command-Option-Shift-C, but reaching up to the E is a little bit tougher.
All right, this is great so far. So when I come back, I'm going to add some stars, the figure that's falling, and some other cool things.
Yes, so when we come back means that we are coming back. So we have a stream coming up right after this with Brittney. We are going to be creating some content for social media, specifically video. If you want to learn more about video creation content for Reels, for TikTok, for your social media, stick around for that. And then we'll be back to finish this up to add in some more elements to this. So you can come back in just an hour. So an hour from now, come back, or just stick around the whole time. Why not? We're live every day from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. here on Adobe Live. And someone saying copy and placing in InDesign, that one hurts. Yes, that is the hotkey claw. It very much is the hotkey claw. Ooh, I love where we're landing here. So love the clouds. If you want to see more about the potential of this image, come back or stick around for the next hour, and we'll be back with our friend Shaylin. Shaylin, yes. Any advice to our friends who are watching today, who are getting started with the day and about to get creative? What would you tell them?
I would just say have fun with what you're creating and start start it right now.
Yes, start it right now. Open a new document, start it
Yes.
right now, and we'll check in an hour and see where you've gone with your project. So thanks so much for joining us. Stick around. Don't leave, because we have more content coming up right here on Adobe Live all day. Bye.
Bye.
What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Happy Thursday. My name is Nick Longo. I am here with Brittney Megan.
Hi!
You're back for a second time?
Yes,
Yeah.
last time was virtual, so I'm excited to be here with you guys in person.
I know, this is gonna be great. So we've got a fantastic show, a good hour ahead. Tell us a little bit about what we're gonna be doing. What's the goal?
Yeah, so I am so excited because, I feel like with all the Premiere Pro live streams that we've done in the past, I don't think anyone's really ever focused on Reels and the technique that goes behind Reels editing. So in today, sorry, okay. This is my best friend.
What's up, Paco?
In today's stream, we're really going to be talking about how we love to take our behind-the-scenes style content and turn it into really highly engaging reels for socials, whether it be that you're on Reels or TikTok or now there's YouTube Shorts.
Yeah.
The list goes on and on. We're really going to focus on creating like fast, snappy, highly engaging reels for short form video content.
Amazing. I was so happy when we were talking about this earlier. I was like, this could not be the better matchup because I am so novice in this world and I'm like dying to hear a little bit about what we're going to do and everything. But let's show a little bit of your portfolio as well and your website and your company. Tell us a little bit about that.
For sure. So this is our website here, Socials and Stilettos. This is like me feeling my most fierce self, guys. And if I can give you anything when it comes to video content, like channel that most confident version of yourself, because that's what people love to see. So this is our website here. We are a full service marketing agency, but started as a one-woman show, and it was really just me and was all things social media, and eventually grew into really offering full marketing support for our clients. So that's a little bit about us.
I love it. You definitely are on brand.
Thanks.
I give you the seal of approval. This is
you.
great. You got the whole thing down. It looks really, really great. I want to say hi to a few people in there. Look at everybody in chat. What's up, everybody? Jack, Patrick, Alejandro, Robert. This is awesome. And I believe we have a very special guest in chat. Darlene, is it?
Yes. Hi, Mom.
Welcome, Darlene. Can't wait to see what she's already told me what you're going to say in chat, so I can't wait to see it. We'll call that out as well. All right, where are we going to start? Give us the building blocks.
So let's just first and foremost go right into Premiere Pro. And I'm going to first start off by saying, if you're looking for the crazy workspace setups and all the things, it's probably not going to be this video because I am not a videographer. I'm not an editor. I am a small business owner, and I really want to help you be able to curate content for your page in a simple way as well.
So quick and snappy.
Exactly.
That kind of stuff, right?
Exactly. Like
one person show.
Exactly. Like it doesn't matter like the experience level you have. I really do feel like you're going to be able to watch this and hopefully take something away from it and utilize it. But I will say that Premiere Pro, one thing that I love about it is how custom you can create your workspace to be. I will say that if you go onto the Adobe Live page later, don't leave us, and look at some of the other videos, there's so many other creators and, Adobe community members that have gone into detail about, the workspace and how to set it up. But we're going to keep things simple for today.
All right, cool. What's the project you're going to be working on?
Yes, so we are going to take from actually our last photo shoot some of the behind the scenes content that was taken, and we're going to turn it into a snappy little reel.
Nice.
Yeah.
Perfect. So the goal here is to do some pre-work in Premiere, and then we're going to take it into Express.
Exactly.
And do a little,
exactly.
call it frosting.
Yeah, exactly. The icing on the cake.
There you go. I love that. Good way to always describe it.
Exactly.
Right,
so starting in obviously Premiere Pro, what I've already gone ahead and done is I've set everything up so that we could just save time.
Yes.
But when it comes down to, setting up your sequence, you can go into your sequence settings. I think by nature, it ends up just in your typical video format. Horizontal, if you want to change that into video, you can go here and change your settings to 1080 by 1920. And this is going to give you the sizing that you need for Reels. So I will just tell you guys that because that can get a little confusing. And then depending on how you've also filmed your footage, if you didn't kind of film it in this way, and if it was filmed the other way, then you might have to go ahead and rotate all your video clips as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I will show you that as well when it comes down to rotating your clips. You're going to go into effects controls, and then you can go ahead and click whichever video clips that you need to go ahead and adjust, and you'll see over here it just says, where is it? Rotation. There we go. And in this case, I had to rotate them all to 270 degrees because it wasn't in the wasn't where it needed to be. Amazing.
And for sure, too, guys, if there's any questions along the way, I'll be keeping an eye out on our chat. She's definitely open for any kind of questions. This is a learning experience. Let's get on it. See what we got.
Exactly.
All right, cool.
Okay, so when it comes to, going through video footage, I think like the most important thing that I will also say, everything's going to be the most important thing, but this is really the most important thing, is you want to make sure that you're grabbing the clips that are just kind of starting in the movement. So when I say that is, if you notice there's a lot of dead space in your clips, you probably don't want to grab that. So I'm going to go ahead and play it, and you can see this dead space where it wasn't really moving, right? In the beginning, I'll go back and kind of show you that again. So see, we're gonna play that clip and see there's that dead space there.
Yeah.
We don't want that. Like that's not the vibe. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take my little cut tool here, which depending on what kind of device you're using, obviously you can see I'm on a Mac, and you can use a shortcut as well, which is just your C key. So depending on how quickly you want to work, that's something that you can keep in mind as well. I am a shortcut fan.
Shortcuts fan.
Shortcut kind of girl. So I really love being able to use those shortcuts. So I'm going to go ahead and just click the clip.
There you go.
Clip the clip where I need it.
With just C, right?
Exactly, just C. And then we'll go back and you have your selection tool here, but see how complicated this could be, or I want to say time consuming if you're constantly going back and forth between things. So again, you can see it there if you hover V. That's all we're going to do. So now I'm going back to V. I know I don't want this clip. We're going to delete that.
Okay.
And actually what I will do is, because we're not using any of the audio here, I'm actually going to take all of this audio.
Okay.
Should let me select it.
So your goal is to do audio through Express.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect.
So in this case, like, we're not using any of the audio from the video, and honestly, if I played it, you'd probably just hear a lot of laughing going on back there. So we're not going to use that, and really, like, when you're editing, you don't need that there. And it'll be really tedious if you're listening to all the background noise while you're trying to go through things in a snappy way. So we're going to go ahead and we can see that movement going on. And sometimes I like to kind of look through. See, I didn't really like the beginning of how that clip looked. Like, there's nothing really fun. Like, we don't need to see that roll of tape, right?
But it's setting the mood.
Exactly. It's giving the vibes.
Yeah, got the vibes, yep.
So we'll go ahead and...
like, is this a pre-party, after-party? Right?
Exactly. So this was actually a photo shoot that we did for a course that we're launching. So a lot of the futuristic social media kind of feels you're going to see coming into this, which is where all the metallics, the disco balls, and branding. That's your zone of genius.
I'm already loving this.
Amazing.
You sold me. And then even as you're filming these things, are there anything you're doing in the, even just the panning or whatever that, do you keep in mind maybe a certain trend or something new that's happening?
Exactly. So I think when it comes to whether you're doing behind the scenes content like this, events coverage, even your lifestyle content, I think the most important thing is to get a variety of different kinds of clips. So some that are up close and more of your detail shots, some that are a little further away and kind of more of, a standstill kind of moment. Forgive me if I'm not using the right terminology here again.
Someone even told me in putting case studies together, even just magazine or editorial layout, that variety of close-up and far away in your cropping is definitely what will kind of help the viewer kind of lean in a little bit more and kind of feel like they're there. So it goes for video as well. This is fantastic.
Exactly. And I mean, can you do this through editing? Absolutely.
Yeah, there you go.
But I mean, if you want to save time, I think the most important thing is keeping that in mind when you're filming, so that you don't really have to worry about that while you're editing if you have that variety going on already.
Nice.
So I'm just going to go through this footage here. This is our photographer, Michelle. She's so amazing.
Very cool.
And I love taking little clips of our team from these shoots as well, because I think, our audience loves to see that. And let's be honest, when it comes to social media, people want to relate to you. They need to see you in these videos. And that's what really is going to, help them become really highly engaging and be something that people want to keep watching.
Any good advice for folks that are a little afraid to put themselves in front of the camera? You seem really comfortable with it. And I know a lot of people go I'd love to do this, but I'm just not at that stage. Is it just dive in and practice?
I think that you have to be okay with being uncomfortable in front of the camera. And at the end of the day, know that nobody started off super confidently. I remember I was somebody who was bullied in school. I was not the most confident girl. But I think that through also doing things that really allow you to feel like you're, being able to be creative and you're in this kind of environment that you love. Like for me, I'm so confident because this is pink. This is me. This is my vibe, right?
There you go.
So keeping that in mind too, like being really confident in your setup, I think is a really important thing as well. I know there's so many people that will say, you know, you don't have to have it all together to get started.
That's
and
a great point too.
I agree with that to a point. But at the same time, like if you're somebody who wants to do your makeup because that makes you feel confident, do that. If you're somebody who, you know, is okay just showing up and that's your most confident self, then just do that, right?
Yeah. I love the advice I remember I heard from someone was, if you're not scared hitting post, film, or share, you're doing it all wrong.
Yeah.
It's so true. It's like I think even the most seasoned person is gonna still have that kind of, those nerves in selling themselves somehow and putting themselves face forward.
Exactly. And I feel like too, like it just happened. I think that like for me, I'll post something and then I'll like, I'll watch.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, did people like it yet?
Yeah.
And like, just put down your phone. It's fine. Like it doesn't work that way. Like you have to be okay with, you know, letting just things kind of sit and letting people see it when they get to it. Like we're not always all on our phones.
Yeah. Ooh, we got a great one from Diana. She said, doing it with a friend helps with the confidence. Brittney helped me get more comfortable doing videos like that.
Oh, hi,
That's
Di.
There you go. Look at it. I'm like, she's got to know you. That's awesome.
I love that.
Yeah.
And 100%. Like, get your friends involved, right? And when you see me, I've been doing this kind of, I guess, like just on autopilot here. But I will say, when you see me clicking this little space, I'm just deleting the empty spaces as I go.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I will say that because, you know, you can leave that to the end. That's personal preference. Like a lot of people will just kind of leave those dead spaces there and then kind of go through, find the clips. Oh, look, it was me.
There you go. Look at that. Oh, what a great
See the
set.
metallics?
Yeah. That looks awesome.
It was so much fun. But yeah, you can do that after. It really comes down to personal preference. So just when you see that again, like keep in mind that it really does, it's personal preference.
Yes.
Like that's the beauty of these platforms is that they're so customizable to you.
That's great. Oh, I'm seeing some familiar faces in there. I see Annalisa and Carla. Those are two of my students.
Hi.
That are chiming in. And Annalisa is on her first week of a internship at Disney.
Oh my gosh, that's so amazing.
And she's in
Congratulations.
Orlando. Yeah. What's up, guys? Oh, and Darlene is saying, wow, that's very neat. So mom's approving. I love it. Okay, so you're going through the clips here and you're just kind of getting little maybe bits and pieces off that maybe were not needed and you're just kind of editing it down to the important scenes?
Exactly.
Okay.
And then I'll go through and fine tune things again. Like right now I'm just deleting a lot of the dead space, a lot of the things that I know people are really not going to care too much about seeing in that footage. This is actually our intern Colin who just started. So she's there directing. So I love including clips like that. And again, as an agency, like when it comes to us posting our content, I'll tell you our engagement rate goes up like drastically when there's faces in our
That's
reels.
amazing.
So
I think it's such a personal stamp, right? It kind of like shows that you guys are real.
Exactly.
I love it. That's
Exactly.
cool. And then the goal for this is like, what's the end maybe second count on this? Are you shooting for a certain time that you want this video to be in its entirety?
I think like anywhere between 7 to 10 seconds.
Okay.
And
That's
you don't want to
so
go more
short.
than that.
Oh my gosh.
It is short.
Really?
It
That's
is short.
it?
It is short.
So we're getting all of the Reels tips here from Brittney. So you're saying a 7-second is about what you want to shoot for?
Exactly. Like 7 to 10 seconds, like nothing really more than that. I feel like anytime you get into
I'm
something.
doing like 20-minute reels.
Yeah.
I'm doing it all wrong.
But I will say there is like some talk around, you know, people saying that this year longer form video content's going to come back.
Yeah.
I think there's always going to be a time and place
And
for
there's a
short
place,
form video content.
the Reels seems to be such a, when you see, I saw people on the plane yesterday watching things and they're just like, it is so fast paced. And
It is.
maybe you're right, there is a place for the longer maybe form, but in this situation, what we're doing, you're trying to get this all in a very quick time.
Exactly,
Gotcha.
exactly. You want to keep people engaged, but also this is where when we get into Express later, so you're definitely going to want to stick around for that one.
Perfect.
Because that's where we kind of take things up a notch with like fun branded text on screen and like animations and things like that.
So right now you're just building the base of the video and the final output that you're going to take into Reels and then, or I'm sorry, into Express and then do all the fun little stuff. Okay, cool.
Exactly. So this is like such a fun clip here where you can see like just us all together, looking at the camera. And again, like what this does, it kind of creates a sense of FOMO where people want to be part of this girl gang that we're creating, or your group, right? They want to be part of your community. So don't be afraid to show that. I think is the biggest little thing.
That's
that
really
I will
neat.
say.
And also too, like just seeing the community of you guys working together, and it's like you're in the process. There's this behind the scenes vibe, so that's really great.
I love it. So see, now I'm leaving this dead space because I'll show you guys how to fix this after.
Nice. We're gonna get some good tips here. Awesome. So now this is the next clip.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And again, just like going through, and you don't have to watch in slow-mo. Like, I mean, you can go through and just kind of drag your cursor.
There you go.
With this little guy right here.
And see it at the speed you need as you're pushing. Okay,
exactly.
gotcha.
Like, and then you can compare, like, do I even want this clip in here? Like, is it something that's going to make the video? I kind of do like this because it kind of gives this like feel to the photo shoot that I want to include.
Also, like anything iridescent and metallic is an instant kind of like eye catcher.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
The fact that it's pink is one thing, right? But then you're throwing us the metallic and everything else. I love it.
I love this. Like, if we just watch this part of the clip where it kind of goes in and focuses on that one at the top, I would love to like include something like that. But again, there's a lot of the times where like I'll pull clips that I think that I want.
That's great.
And then you'll see after where I'm like, actually, no, we'll leave that one, right?
Nice.
Then we'll leave it right there.
Looks good.
I'm excited to kind of see this come together.
Yeah. And what in this 7 seconds, what do you think the total amount of clips you're going to have is? Like 5 to 6 maybe?
No.
More?
More.
Oh my gosh.
Because they're snappy, right? So like sometimes a clip is like less than half of a second.
That's all it takes.
Yeah. It's just like that quick little.
Wow.
And again, like I feel like the word of the day should be snappy when it comes to our reels.
There you go.
That's what we want to think of, snappy, because if it's not, people will lose their interest.
Gotcha.
That's the reality. Like we're stuck in a scroll hole when it comes to any platform, really. And you want to make sure that, you know, you can really get people to stop what they're doing and be like, wait, that was cool. Let me rewatch that.
Like, there you go.
Yeah.
What's the hope you get of this, the engagement of this? Like, as you're putting this together, are you keeping some goal in mind of what you would love the consumer to kind of just take away?
Yeah, like I want them to see this and I want them to think like, oh, that's what happens when I work with her. And like, I kind of want that, right? And again, like, you know, I think one of the common themes is people are really talking about, we can see in the chats, is confidence.
Yes.
So if you see that, hey, look, she's doing this and she's confident, then maybe I can do it too, right? And I think when it comes to your video content, like just keep that in mind.
Nice.
That whether you're editing for a service or something that you offer, or you're editing lifestyle content because you're a creator, the same rules apply. You want to kind of inspire your audience to be able to live through you and show them that it's possible to do it too.
And it's just giving the sense of like you and the DNA of you, your company, the people you work with.
Exactly.
And you want to kind of make sure you're expressing enough of that there. I love that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's good advice. Really is nice. I think too, like just having that consistency in whatever you're doing too. So it's almost like you've got this down. Everything you're bringing to the set feels like it's cohesive. It's got that vibe. And now putting it together, you're seeing like these things work beautifully because there is that cohesiveness of the color, the textures, the lighting, everything else looks so great. So your clips already have that going for it.
Exactly.
Now it's just trying to put it into the right
And
form.
that's what we were talking about before. Because we were having like a fun little dandy conversation about Reels. But I think that's another thing, like setting yourself up, because like I said before, like you guys, I am not a videographer. I do not know how to color grade. I don't know how to do any of that. But that's the beauty of this platform is that, you know, you don't necessarily always need to be the best at these things in order to use them because they are so, you know, user friendly. But setting yourself up for success with the right lighting, with the right kind of setup is really important too.
So is this usually your first process of just cleaning up the clips?
Exactly. And again, like I'm doing this a little slower than I normally would. It really doesn't take you long, but because we're chatting here and we're having fun with it.
Exactly.
You know, and again, like I just quickly skim through that clip. I can just tell by looking at it that nothing really is happening there that I think that I would want to pull.
Gotcha.
So I'll go ahead, other than Celia right here, which was so cute in the mirror.
I love that.
Catch her in the mirror.
Yeah.
So those are like fun clips too. If it was in a little bit more in focus, I probably would have kept it.
Yeah.
But like, again, you also need to be able to decide like, yeah, it was a cute clip. And sometimes I see something and I'm like, shoot, like I wish I could have, had that in focus, but just trust the process. And honestly, it's better not to include something if it's low quality than like just kind of throw something at the wall and hope that it sticks, right?
I'm sure one day Adobe Firefly is going to be able to be like, oh, I can make you that.
Exactly. Oh, it's not in focus? No problem.
Boom.
Here you go.
There it is.
But like, look how fun this is, right?
That's a great shot.
Like just the step, the little stomp, and then the little walk away. So again, where this dead space that I keep talking about comes in is like, we don't need this beginning portion of the clip where I'm not really sure what I'm doing. I'm hesitating, right?
Yes.
Where we want to grab this is right when the movement starts, right here. And sometimes people will start it too soon, where like you're starting it right here. But again, I haven't even walked into that step yet.
Yeah.
So you really grab it, and I always look for like, when am I just coming into the frame? Like, see, my knee is just coming into the frame right there. So maybe even a little bit.
Also, too, anytime you show that like the action's already happening, it makes you feel like you're a little late to the party.
Yes.
And I think that's one of my favorite things that Andrew and I talked about on Office Hours one time, was that idea of like, have them come into this thing feeling like, wait, what? This is already happening? And I'm coming in a little late.
Exactly.
It works. Yeah.
I love that so much.
That's cool.
And again, like, when it comes to reels, you can pull these clips. Like that little clip of me stomping, that could be a reel in its own, right?
Yeah.
So like, that's something that sometimes I will do is when I go through and I kind of grab the clips that I want and need, sometimes what I'll do is I'll export it without going through and making it too short so that I have longer clips, but the most important clips, right, to kind of pull from and make into smaller reels through Adobe Express.
That's great. Yeah, Jackie, you said I really like that Brittney keeps the camera rolling and those things catch those magic moments.
Exactly.
That's really awesome.
That's
even,
right on the money.
even if it's technically like a mistake or wasn't intended to be there, you're still getting a really fun little magic spot.
Exactly.
Like this looks great too. Like again, do you want to show the setup, or do you want to go right in and zoom in on the ball coming through
the
streamers? Yeah.
And don't just one and done something, you guys. Make sure you take multiple clips, because you'll see, like I did that little hand motion, pulling out the disco ball, tapping my fingers a couple different times. But like sometimes you'll just do it once and you'll be like, yeah, I got it. But that's not necessarily the way that it works, because sometimes your finger does a little something weird, or like you're doing a little something weird in the clip and you're like, it doesn't quite hit the way that I want it to. So
that looks
just
great.
A little tapping.
Oh, there's so many like possibilities with this too.
Yeah.
Like you can move and pan the frame, right? Like you can make this quite big and have it kind of come in at a different angle and pan and move.
Exactly.
So that's great.
Even like just this clip in its own, right? Like you could really take this, just this little tapping, slow it down, and then put like a really like good hook on the screen in Adobe Express, right?
Okay.
And then kind of utilize that to be like, read the caption for all the information or for my secrets. That's a big trend right now. It's like everyone shows you something and they're like, read the caption, and you're like, oh, I was waiting for it, It's all in
There's so many interesting tricks. We were talking earlier about the trends of Reels, and I asked her like, what's the average lifespan? So before you answer it, chat, what do you think the average lifespan is of an Instagram Reels trend?
Exactly.
Right? Exactly. That's the best way to say it?
Yep.
I want to hear what you guys say. So chime in either chat if you're watching us on Behance or if you're watching us on YouTube. Let us know what you think the typical lifespan is of. I was shocked. It was just so crazy. So we'll be getting those in there in a few seconds. But it is your kind of role to pay attention, see what kind of trends are really working, and when it's time to maybe not do it any longer.
Exactly.
Right?
And I will say this, like I say this all the time. Not every trend is the right trend for you.
There you
go. Think about that for a second.
You can't just substitute in your world automatically because it's number one on a trend list, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So like if we look at and again, this is your zone of genius, is branding. Like you really want to pay attention to like the branding, and like sometimes like if there's like a really big like humorous, kind of like funny little like thing you have to voice over, and it's a trend. Sometimes it doesn't fit with your brand if you're somebody that's really wanting to kind of step into this professional thing.
Exactly.
There's other ways that you can relate with your audience that maybe you're not necessarily, you know, not as aligned, I want to say.
Yeah. Let's see.
I love this little clip of Michelle showing me
that looks so cool.
the camera here. See that little, so I'll take it just a little, let me go back a little bit.
Getting that seal of approval. You're like, yep, let's go.
Does anybody else do this, by the way? I'm curious to know. Like, do you go like this to your computer? When
Always. It's like your own personal Zoom.
Exactly.
I love that.
Too funny.
That's really something. Oh, here we go. Okay. So Jack says 3 to 4 days. And I think that's kind of in line with what you said, right?
Exactly. 3 to 5 days. And I mean, it really does depend. Like, some trends last a little bit longer, some don't. Like, it depends on the trend. And I think the biggest thing is that you make sure that, again, you're jumping on them when you first hear about them. Don't think about it too much.
Sure.
Like, a lot of people get stuck in thinking about it. And by the time you're done thinking about it and you try to make it perfect, or you think, oh, well, I'll wait because maybe, let's say you're somebody who films content in a studio, like I do. I don't like filming in my house. Sometimes if you wait too long, you've missed it.
Yeah.
So there's no point, right?
What's the one trend right now that you think everyone should just like retire?
I feel like I'm so, okay, I feel like, okay, let me backtrack for a second. This is a long list, okay? This is a long list.
Scoop right here, guys.
Exactly. I feel like number one, I think that a lot of people, just the format of editing, this is a trend that's happening right now. Like I was saying, everybody's like, oh, this is the number one mistake you're making in XYZ. And then they're like, wait a few seconds, and they're like, read the caption. And, you know, I purposely skip those reels because I'm like, you lost me. Like, I'm not going to the caption. I was scrolling. I don't want to stop, right? But then also there's that one, you know, I'm so done with hearing about it too, where it's like, we were just talking about
I'm an Adobe employee.
Exactly.
Of course we're going to blah, blah, blah.
Exactly. Can we cancel that? I don't even think it should have happened.
Did it even have a name? Like,
I don't even, how do you explain that?
Exactly. Yeah, I think you guys will agree. That one's over. I think it's done.
That's too funny.
The minute you see like someone doing it that you're like, oh, it's dead. Like, you know, there's a certain amount where you're like, overkill, we're done. Like, let's move on.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you strive to kind of create your own trend, like in any way? Like, what's the formula there? Are you just like, maybe even in your editing right now, are you finding something unique to do that might be something new?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I feel like the best way to operate is to always, you know, try to be outside the box. And I think that people are just tired of feeling like everything that they watch is the same. So if you can try to find a way to kind of add your own little signature on your content, is what I want to call it.
Yeah.
It just makes it so much more engaging. So for us, you know, whether that be, you know, one thing that our audience always knows that they're going to see in our content is like certain types of trending audio that's like very like confidence boosting, very like boss woman kind of vibes, right? Okay. So that's kind of our own way of like the types of content that we do can be so different, but we kind of unite it with this one little signature that makes it ours. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think sometimes that's the fun part, is like figuring out what might be something unique. It's willing to take that risk sometimes that it might not actually become a trend or anything like that, but sometimes it could be a signature of your own brand and your own style.
Exactly.
And then you just use it, and like it could do good for you. It doesn't have to kind of skyrocket to something crazy.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly. And also, if you're like operating from this space of thinking that everything you do needs to be viral, I'm going to tell you to stop.
Point. Good.
Because, you know, 100,000 followers means nothing if nobody truly cares about you and your brand and what you're doing, right?
Yeah. Oliver says some trends seem to go on forever on TikTok. Usually the most irritating ones. I think you're right. And it's like it's like they have a life of their own.
The one song that's like, Makiba, you know that one? Yeah, that one. I was like, oh my gosh. And you know what it was? Is that every time I would open my phone, it would be there. And I was like, oh my goodness, I can't run away from this.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It's too funny.
The one I've been seeing a lot too is the one where it's like there's a promise up front, but then they do the like stay to the end. And I'm like, and like you said too, sometimes those are the ones that I'm just going to be like, I think when you're doing too much to kind of make you stay to the end, and it's not a natural ask, but it's an actual like, no, really, I'm not going to reveal this incredible tip until the very. Why are you even watching? You know, I kind of feel like the originality and stuff of what you're trying to put together with yours is just the whole thing has content that's worthy.
Exactly, and I think
don't waste it to the end.
And I feel like your audience will lose trust in you if you are constantly telling them to like wait for something or they have to do something to get something. Like whatever happened to leading with value, right? Like that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
So again, like this clip here, like you just see I'm moving things around. There's really no point in keeping it because it's not doing anything, right?
Gotcha.
So.
And at this time, do you know what you've cut? Do you have any idea of what you have right now in the bank, basically, that's ready to go? How many seconds are you at now?
I don't know, because I still need to trim these down. Like, I've got a lot going on here that I still need to get rid of, right?
Gotcha.
Like this one here, I still need to kind of delete these longer
We're about
clips.
halfway through, so I know you're going to take us into Express in a second. So just as a good kind of like checkpoint there. So this is great. Yeah, and I love when you get the screen in on like that too, and it goes with the whole brand and everything else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So again, that like little gentle movement, right, is the biggest thing. And we'll delete those.
Yeah, if you guys have any other questions regarding the trends, the cutting, the editing for this thing, I guess it's like attention to detail, little things like what are those things to kind of, because I know it's like the last thing you want to hear is like, oh, make it go viral. It's like, that just seems like such a lost demand or comment these days. It's like, why not just look at what you're trying to do?
Exactly.
And be that force behind it and what you're trying to do.
Exactly. And like just operate from this space, like I said, of adding value. Like the biggest thing, lead with value. Like I have a question like for the audience actually.
Let's go. Ask them.
What is the value that you think that you would get from this reel as somebody who's scrolling and watching it, right?
Yeah.
This is like a trick question. And I wonder if you guys are going to be able to like pick up what we're trying to achieve with this outside of obviously creating amazing content.
Yeah. Because I think that's one of the things you should have all the time is what is the main goal? What is the message you're trying to say? And what is maybe a hopeful outcome?
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So in order to get rid of all these gaps, a little trick for you is going to be going to sequence and just pressing close gap. And then it brings everything over. Did you see that? It was like magic.
Instant sweep.
It's like it never happened.
Adobe Sensei.
I know. I swear these platforms amaze me with how amazing and easy they make things, right?
It's so neat because we were talking earlier about time-saving steps that a lot of these apps do give you. And I think no better place but Adobe Live to kind of see anything you want to look up and search for, someone's got a hot tip.
Exactly.
You know? It's so cool. And I think anything that kind of saves you that time, and as I'm slowly getting into doing very novice video editing, only on Adobe Rush. I haven't even touched Premiere, but like I get those little moments where it's like, I can be so kind of like watching you guys work in these things and be like, man, that's so intimidating. But that's what I love about the steps you can take into. You can start in Express, you can go to Rush, you can go to Premiere. And you can do all of these things and kind of get better and better.
Exactly. Right? And like play around with it. Because I think like one of the things that we all have in common here is we're all creative human beings or we wouldn't be here, right?
Yeah.
So I think that especially if you do this for work, like you need to kind of have something that allows you to be creative without having a deadline to meet or like having something that you have to do, a reason why you have to do it. Like just being creative, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Reaver Mike says, I'm just on Instagram to see everyone's lunch. Follow me, because that's about all I post nowadays.
I love that.
What's up, William? Good to see you, Bo. Got a lot of friends joining in. This is great. Yeah, like any other questions you guys have on that zone, because it's like, I think, again, it's so ever-changing, and it's nice to know that there are people that are kind of keeping up to date with things. I asked you earlier, maybe like what do you do to kind of keep up with what's trending and what's something fun to maybe experiment with that kind of still in its infancy, right?
I feel like, I think it just really comes down to doing whatever feels good. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, just having fun with it, I think, is the most important part. And like, that looks different for everybody, really.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So we're looking at our first preview.
Yeah.
Right? All right, cool.
So this is such a long clip for no reason,
There
right?
you
Like
go.
we just captured that, and it's like
Gotcha.
see that little shakiness? Like now that I'm looking at this, as much as I thought I liked the clip, I actually don't.
Yeah, gotcha.
So we have about a minute worth of footage here. So we're gonna break this really down into
Okay.
probably close to like 7 seconds. So
Gotcha.
we're just kind of taking the best pieces of this footage. Again, that feels long, right?
Yeah.
Like when you watch that, you
Yeah.
could tell it was long. So I sometimes just hover over and just
Okay.
kind of drag it to where I want to kind of see that transition come in. And you can actually see them up side by side. So I know where it's going to end and where it's going to start,
Great.
which can be so much fun.
Do you ever, if you've got a clip that you really, really like every part of it, but it's 4 seconds, do you just speed it up? Or no?
Yes, but it depends because that can sometimes throw off the whole energy or vibe. And I think
was
we're
gonna
in
say,
this
yeah.
we're in this stage where a lot of especially on Instagram, it's such an aesthetic platform that people actually want to see more slow-mo than something sped up.
Okay.
Not we're not in the time lapse era.
Yeah,
Right?
I gotcha.
So sometimes I just have to make a decision and choose
Gotcha.
which part of the clip do I love the best. Like these two of Michelle, which did I love the best? Because we don't need all of that here, right? So I love this where she's just kind of, adjusting the foil streamers and she's looking around versus this one we can't really see her face,
Perfect.
right?
So that one's gone?
So that one's gone. Easy peasy, lemon
Okay.
squeezy. And look, now we're down to, what is this, 40 seconds?
Oh, good.
Just
Look at
over
that.
40 seconds. So again, this is
Keep
where
going.
the snappiness comes in.
Nice. We need a snappy button
Yeah.
in these apps.
Make it snappy.
Make it snappy. I'm sure, I even just at Adobe Max last year, just seeing what's coming down the road and these things that are going to be ways to kind of cut down on a lot of the tedious work
Yep.
and those little kind of magic buttons. I'm sure that's a perfect way to say it because it's that's exactly what you're hoping to do here. Exactly.
And time is money, right? So for us, especially with me, I don't have a lot of time to sit here and play around with this all day.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so important to be able to find what works for you and find your
Perfect.
flow, right?
Yeah, that's great. So look at you go.
Yeah.
Cool. So we got this kind of narrowing it down to the key shots.
Exactly.
Do you find too sometimes it's do you ever get into that moment where you're undecisive and it's such you just got to make the executive decision and be
Exactly.
it's not the end of the world.
It's
just
fine.
one reel,
No one's dying.
right? Yeah.
We're all good.
Yep. So we got about 20 minutes left.
Perfect.
So how we're looking good?
Yeah, we're going
Perfect.
good.
There we
You
go.
guys are going to see how quickly the end here comes together. And I think that's the beauty of this is a lot of the harder, I don't want to say harder because this isn't hard, guys.
Sure.
But I think the majority of the work comes through Premiere here. But once we throw it into Adobe Express, it's the icing on top of the cake.
Of course,
right?
Yep. 90% of it's done. It's just the customization. Also, too, the best advantages of having the brand kit in there.
Exactly.
That makes it super easy. And,
Exactly. That was such a game
Yeah.
changer for me because nobody has time to sit there and try to figure out what their color codes are, right?
Sure. Exactly. Yeah. We started doing that the other day where I took all the assets of our podcast and we took it into Express. And the coolest thing was not only building the brand kit, but doing the intro and outro of
Yep.
the YouTube, right? And
I
then,
love that.
And then being able to share it with someone else on the team and just be like, hey, can you make your 3 in this? And it's all there and it's ready to go. And it's when I started seeing that synergy, I was like, this is that kind of collaborative work team experience that I think we all want. And it's so
100%.
neat that the apps are allowing that to happen. It's just so great.
It's so true. And I feel at the end of the day, like I was saying, time is money, guys. You want to be able to do this quickly, especially when trends only last 3 to 5 days. We can't be spending 4 days editing
Yeah,
things.
yeah. Oh, William, asking again, what's the shortcut you're using to close the gaps?
Yes. So there's 2 ways to do it. So again, I'm going to delete this clip here so I can show you as I'm going. If I don't want to have to, see the gaps there as I'm going, I want to see how clips are kind of joining
Stacking.
together. Exactly. You just click the blank space. That's all you do is you're clicking that empty gap there and then you press delete on your keyboard and then it
Perfect.
gets rid of it. The other way is
Let them
you're
build up.
Exactly. You can go over here, sequence, and then close gap.
Sequence, close gap. There you go.
There
And
you go.
multiple will all collapse
Exactly.
too.
They'll all
There you
just
go.
kind of compile into one amazing
Perfect.
piece of magic.
There you go. Look at
So
this.
see how snappy this is getting. Like, again, like this is too long of Michelle. I love the whole thing. I want to keep the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's not, people don't care that much as much
That's
as I do
perfect.
about that clip.
Brittney, I could start a apparel company, and we're going to call it Keep It Snappy.
Yeah, snappy apparel.
We're already branding it. This is going to be the first video.
Exactly.
I love it. But that would be a great T-shirt. Just keep it snappy. Like, I don't have time.
Exactly.
Keep it snappy.
This clip here, you know, again, like you were saying, would you speed this up? No, because you would lose like that motion of seeing the SB and the M like coming together. But the clip itself is just way too long.
There you go.
So again, like this comes down to like pick and choose your clips. You might love everything.
Yep.
If you're posting something longer for YouTube, like you want to post a longer version, maybe a minute or so, then of course you can keep these longer clips. But you have to be picky and choosy with these things.
Gotcha. Cool. We've cut it down a bit, huh?
Yeah, like we're just at 25 seconds here. So now it's just about, I'm going to go through and just pick what clips I really don't love.
Okay.
And I'm going to get rid of those. So anything that feels like it's not flowing
What do you think
properly,
about the first one with the wrappers? Like keep the one with the boot.
Exactly.
And the other one doesn't
but
really,
the other one,
did it
feels,
really need to be there?
Look at you.
So, gosh.
I feel like we could make
Off to
the
Sundance.
best reels
Let's
together. Exactly. So that one's just not, it's not doing the real justice.
I'm working on a short documentary now.
Same with these. Like, do we like the further away one or do we like the one that's
Close.
up close?
Look at the close-up
right?
one.
Like,
Close-up
that's
one is
such
like
a cool shot.
That is like, you could sell that on Adobe stock.
Honestly.
Look at that.
Again, like even with the hair flips here, we don't, this
Maybe
is
just
the biggest
one.
one. Exactly.
Yeah.
That motion
There
right
you
there,
go.
that's where it needs
She's
to
like,
stop.
look at my hair.
I know. These are my favorite shots. And that's the thing, movement, guys.
Yes.
The more movement that you can have in these, the better.
Cool. So it's all those little moments. It's the perfect little spots of the movement that you feel is like the most confident, the most kind of like catchy.
Exactly.
Most
like
snappy.
the best,
There we
the
go.
best pieces.
Look at this.
Even with this, like as much as I'd love to keep this, I was talking in the beginning.
Nice.
Did you see that? So
Yeah.
there's no point in keeping it
Okay.
because I wouldn't have caught that the first time around, but you know, now I did. And same with this one. I'm moving too much, so I'm going to get rid of that.
Yeah. Do you find a difference in, this was obviously shot with probably a pretty high quality camera?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you dabble in both that and maybe mobile phone? Or
Yeah.
so do you ever notice a difference? Is there a certain professionalism that comes with using the more high
Camera.
quality?
Yeah. I will honestly say, like, I've played around with both, and I do feel like I prefer my camera over my phone for so many different reasons. I think that, you know, nowadays iPhones come in amazing quality, and even Androids, like the cameras are truly like comparable to what you would find on my camera.
Yeah.
But I think that just even filming on it is just different. Do you know what
gotcha.
I mean?
Yeah.
Again, personal preference, because you know there's so many people that love filming on their iPhone, and when it comes to something quickly, I do prefer to film on my iPhone. If it's
gotcha.
like those trending reels where I really don't want to worry about setting up a tripod, worry about setting up all these things. I don't want to have to worry about that. So that's where the iPhone comes into play.
I've been really surprised at little things I've filmed for it and using it. It's when the lighting is just like really good and natural. Sometimes you're like, I can't believe it came from that. And then you see some of this, like some YouTubers that will tell you right off the bat their whole thing was done on an iPhone or whatever. At least if you're getting started, you've probably got most of the equipment already,
Exactly.
right? Which is great.
Exactly.
Cool.
And again, like, don't think that you guys have to have everything in order to get started. Like, you really can start with what you have. If that means it's a phone, then that's okay. Because, you know, something, that's where I started. And it took me 4 years to get a camera.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah.
like,
I know.
so right now we're at
Making the
12
investment,
seconds.
right? Like, you're like, okay, I think it's time. There
The
we go.
balloons, they're not doing it justice in the beginning. So see, this is where the fun comes.
Yeah.
Is that, again, as much as I love certain clips, it's not doing what I want it to do.
Gotcha.
So this is right now about 10 seconds, and you can see
love
how
it.
all of these clips just kind of snappy come together, and it's fun and engaging. And, you know, again, like
Great energy.
I might even simplify it a little more, but just for the essence of time, I'm going
Let's
to
do it.
export this the way that it is so we can get
Perfect.
right into Adobe Express.
So if you guys are, as a good recap, Brittney has kind of put together a fun little 10-second thing for an event, like a great event kind of reel that you're putting together as well. And now the tip is we're going to take it into Express
Yep.
and do the customization of it with her brand elements and everything else, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
exactly. Now, let me see. So we're gonna go to Instagram Reel.
Perfect. So look at how great it works together. You go right in there, ask for the template you want. It's all there ready to go.
This is making me log in.
Of course, right?
This is, I don't even know why it's doing that.
There
I don't
you
know
go.
if I'm under a different account, maybe under my business account instead of my personal, but I will show you guys
There we go.
still how to add things in here.
Nice.
I don't think my brand stuff is uploaded into this one, but I promise you for the next stream it will be there
Good, there you
because I
go.
think I'm under the wrong thing here.
So real quick, you just took it from downloads?
Yep.
Right
just
in.
Put it right
There
in
you go.
there. And is this the right sizing is the question. No.
Gotcha.
I did click Reel, I think, but maybe
I saw that. You did.
1080 by 1920.
There we go.
Resize. There we go. Now we're in the right
Easy.
size. How easy was that? Again, don't stress about these things. Like, I think it just makes it easy for, again, these things to come together, and it doesn't have to be overly complicated. So
Nice.
if we're adding custom text on screen, again, upload your brand kits and stuff. Normally mine's in here. I think I'm under my work account instead of my personal, which is why it's not here. But I will show you guys still how you can quickly, easy, add
The
these text
presets
on
are
screen.
incredible.
Exactly.
You can really capture, if you need it in a pinch, you can obviously find some really good stuff that's going to mix well, look good.
Exactly.
Even if it's a starting point, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And a lot of people actually don't, when you're just starting out creating reels and stuff, unless you're a business, a lot of people don't actually have logos or brand
Yeah.
assets or things like that. So you can't always go in and kind of create what you want with that and create something that flows really well
Yeah.
with whatever it is that you're trying to create. In this case, I'm going to take something pink because that is my brand.
Nice.
And this isn't my hex code normally, but that's fine. We're going to make it work. So for this reel, maybe what I'm just going to do is title this Behind the Scenes. Or no, let's make it a little fun. We'll say, come to a photo shoot with us.
Hey,
Easy.
perfect. So much better.
I love it.
It's like an invitation.
Exactly. Or even better.
Uh-oh.
Now this is where the creative juices come out. Point of view, you book a brand shoot, or you finally feel confident in your skin again. Let's say that.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Again, this is creating that kind of feeling for the viewer to feel like that they're actually there and experiencing that, right?
Yeah.
So again, I love Adobe Express, guys. This is my cup of tea for adding these kind of more branded, personalized kind of text on screen options because I don't like the basic stuff that comes with Instagram or even TikTok. I really don't like it.
Yeah.
So we can go in and choose all sorts of different kinds of things like text effects and things like that. So again, whatever it is that your heart is really desiring, you go through and do that however you see fit. If you want a shadow on there, you can do that, right? All sorts of different things. The shape, that's another fun one. If you're looking for kind of that background to kind of make your text pop, I wouldn't use yellow because that looks a little bit crazy. But you can always go and change that. Let's say if I wanted to do something that was like a white, the white with the pink, I really don't like that shadow that's going on there. So let me just take that off for a second. But do you see some fun little text on screen? And again, personalizing this however you want, I think is the biggest thing. So if you had your logos, you could add those in and kind of have little logos popping out of the sides. You could even, one thing that I love in here is if you actually go through and you look at your layers. Give me a second. We show layer timing. This is what makes Express the best thing ever, okay? Because you're not going to get this anywhere else, and I'm telling you this, is you can actually adjust the text and how long it's showing up on your video. You can't do this in a lot of other platforms.
It should be in everything.
I know. And especially for something that's custom like this. So if I just wanted that text on the beginning portion of the video, I can go and adjust it to just that kind of first little clip, put it where I want, right?
Cool.
And just have it right there. I would extend it a little bit more probably. I want to say until here. Let's see. And look at that video, guys. And then again, music,
amazing.
same thing too. So we can go
Sure.
through and add music. So if we go through here, media, audio, you have a bunch of royalty-free is the right terminology,
Yes,
right?
correct.
Royalty-free music that you
Free
can
to
go
use.
through exactly and choose from. And I will say, this is what we were chatting about before, is typically I would actually go and pull a trending audio, which, you know, Instagram, you can go and download the reels that you're watching and extract that audio and
Yeah,
put it into
yeah.
your video. But obviously for this case, and we don't want to get flagged and we want you guys to be here with us all day, we
Yeah.
can't really do that. So we'll go ahead and go through and just see the different types of music. This
Plus,
is where I need
yeah.
these, right?
There we go. We got a few
Okay.
minutes left, guys. Let's see what we got. 5 minutes. Here we go. All right.
I'm going to do this so I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, that's a perfect idea. Now we're like radio DJs. I love it. Okay.
So let's see.
What are you looking for? Because like you can search for sure.
Yeah.
Put in some keywords as far as
and again-
snappy.
I wonder if anything would come up with Snappy. Let's see. Nothing.
Yeah.
Of course.
We're starting a trend.
Exactly.
It doesn't exist right now.
But watch for when that releases soon.
Okay.
You know where it
there
came
you
from.
Go. There you go. The trend started right here. Guys.
Exactly. So like if we look at something like, you know, something upbeat, I really
that's
think
cool.
that you want to match the music. I don't know if you guys can hear me over that music, so I'll just pause that for a second. But you want to find music that matches the vibe. If you're having something that's maybe a little bit more storytelling kind of vibe about something that you've been through and you're sharing your experience in something, maybe you don't want this like really upbeat, fun, happy-go-lucky music. Maybe you want
Yeah.
something that's a little bit more, you know, sentimental and just a little slower. So finding that music that you love and just seeing what you love. I really
like
this
that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think this one here. So let's go ahead
And
and
I think
add
go
it.
with your gut sometimes too, right? It's kind of like picking the music again. Don't go too just pick one,
Exactly.
roll with it, right?
Exactly. Like
Love
don't
it.
overcomplicate it. I think you could spend hours trying to find something, but
Yeah.
look how fun that is.
Nice.
Look how snappy that is. That is like teamwork over
Snap
here.
City right there. Hashtag Snap City.
I love that. So
Watch
that's
for our
awesome.
brand.
I know.
Let's get it on Instagram immediately and
Exactly.
domain name. That's awesome. What a great wrap up. So tell us a little bit in a brief second what we just did.
We just
Overview.
created, you know, this is going to work again if you're doing behind the scenes style content. Yeah, I guess we could take these off. Behind the scenes style content, if you're doing something that's more lifestyle kind of focused. But really what we've done is we've created a highly engaging reel that is snappy.
Yeah.
And is really going to keep your audience coming back for more and new viewers, again, getting out of that scroll hole and stopping to watch your content.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Roll it again. Let's see how it looks.
I love it. I'm obsessed, guys. Obsessed is an understatement.
So good. I love the way that final came out. It really does have the consistency and the cohesiveness through it. Then picking the music as well is just having the right one that you feel catches the same energy.
Exactly.
And everything, right?
Exactly. And again, like this really, you want to think about who it is that you're trying to gear this towards and what it is that they want to see, right? What's
Yeah.
going to speak to them.
Yeah, and then this is great too, where you can actually obviously save, but then you can make duplicates of this. This could be a new kind of like setting
Yeah.
that maybe all the stuff you can save the type and everything to be used again for the next one down the road.
Exactly. And in our next stream later, when we come back and we focus on editing educational content, that's when I'll show you guys how your brand kit comes into play, because that's a really big part and it makes things easy, again, when it comes to your workflow with Express as well.
Yeah. What would you say is your number one tip as we close here to get people to feel not only that confidence to do it, but to really dive in and kind of build this kind of content?
Yeah, practice makes perfect. That's it. Like you're not going to be the best when you first start, and that's okay. But, you know, really focus on mastering your workflow, figuring out what works for you, and practicing, because at the end of the day, that's all you can do, right?
Yeah, exactly. And just I think testing the waters and seeing, I think that first comment you might get back of like, wow, this really resonated with me, or so there was something about it, makes a big thing, right? Where can they find you?
On Instagram, guys. That's my favorite place to hang out. So you can follow me at Socials and Stilettos, is where you can see all of our fun reels like this and keep up to date with all that stuff.
Wonderful. All right, and you'll be back later on again today
I
as well?
I will.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for joining us. Stay tuned. We got a bunch of new stuff coming up, and we'll back at office hours at 1 o'clock with Andrew. So join us there, guys. See you later. We're back. What's up, everybody? How's it going, Shay?
It's good. How are you?
Yeah, welcome back.
Yes, we're back.
She's here for number 2. We're going to be continuing on with what she had worked on earlier. But for those of you just joining us, my name is Nick Longo. I'm going to be hosting today with Shaylin Wallace. What's up?
I'm ready to get started. Continue. Let's get it.
This is going to be great. So we are going to be doing a really cool composite thing, and it's kind of a continuation to what your previous stream was.
Yes.
Tell everybody a little bit, one, about you first, if they didn't catch you the first time.
Of course. So if you guys don't know me, I'm Shaylin Wallace, but I go by Shay the Surrealist, and I'm a surreal digital artist, and Photoshop is my life, basically. And I create surreal composites in Photoshop. I use stock images, and it's kind of a way to just, you know, show my imagination. And for today, the piece is inspired by the song Falling or Flying by Georgia Smith. And I'm kind of just taking some of the lyrics and bringing it to life with this piece.
Wonderful. This is great. I love checking this out. It's always neat to see like different approaches and different cool things. Is most of your work kind of based on the same thing? Do you find some inspiration like with music or?
They're all pretty different, but today the focus was like on a musical piece.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Perfect. Okay. So let's see. Give us a little recap of where you left off, what you worked on the previous post.
Awesome. So we can go back to the mood board. We first started off in Adobe Express and just kind of get all my ideas onto one piece of paper. And I did like some references and the song Falling or Flying. And right now I'm going back into Photoshop, and we're going to create that falling and flying type vibe, as well as that night and day. So I'm going to add some stars, probably some birds, and do some color correction, and probably, you know, keep continuing, you know, showing different blending modes as well.
This is great. Don't you just love the idea that you could build a quick little brand board or something, mood board?
Exactly.
You know, do you do this even for yourself? If it's just kind of like, I know we do it when we stream. But even in real life,
I think I do all this in my head.
There you go.
So it's like,
I agree.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to get right into working on it, you know? But this is great. So you could put everything from not only the visuals, but some really good content and some written word to kind of help you kind of, exactly.
And also to just show the audience what I'm trying to convey in my piece, because it's hard to like tell people what I'm visualizing. That's why I use art to literally to show you rather than tell you.
Okay.
So.
All right, and let's see the piece that you were starting on in Photoshop.
This is how much we've got so far.
Nice.
It's a double exposure.
I love that highlight on the shoulder. Like there's just such it almost feels like it's got that metallic sheen to it, like immediately, right?
I have like this layer of black that I've been like removing and adding so that you can have different highlights. So I kept some of them.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that looks great.
Parts.
And the way they're just hinting is like so cool. I love the one even on the hair there. That looks so cool.
Yeah, I think I'm going to keep this one. I might remove it only because the moon is right there, and I might want to add something. Unless I keep this moon.
Nice. So what's next? What are you going to be attempting to do here?
So next, I'm going to probably import some more files.
By the way, you need more layers. Totally kidding.
Yeah, it's like, we want to add some more layers.
But look at, you got them all named. Look at you. Good job on that.
Thank you for the. I mean,
you pride yourself on that a little, right? We all do.
They're all the names. They're the names. Yeah.
Especially when it's only us seeing it. It's like it's such a good thing when you're like, yeah, I name all my layers. Yeah. Let's go.
They name themselves. There you go. They name themselves.
I love it.
But I'm gonna add these two, and then I'm gonna continue.
Nice.
So I wanted to add some stars. That way I can get that night feel.
Okay.
I did generate some stars, actually.
Oh, let's see what you did. Did you do them in Firefly?
Firefly, yes.
Okay.
And in Adobe Express.
Perfect.
So
I love that kind of addition of having a quick reference, right? Like you can put in a few prompts and you get something like, look, I just love that. That's like such a quick little way to get that involved into your final piece.
So I have a few different stars. I like this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to Command L for levels and either screen blend.
Gotcha. So you just want to, you pumped up the contrast with levels.
Yes.
Right? Okay, cool. Look at that. It even has almost feels like a splattered paint thing too, a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
Particularly when it's over the figure. That's really cool.
Like that.
Love that.
I might drag it under this layer. Let's just add it to the portrait. So I have all these sublayers for
Yeah.
the portraits, so anytime I add something to these sublayers, it doesn't go in the background, only onto the portrait.
I gotcha. How did you learn Photoshop? Are you self-taught?
Yeah.
Really?
Just taught
I
myself.
love that. That's so great.
I just experimented, like, oh, what does this button do? What does this filter do? What does this blend mode do? And just
I find that that's like in a lot of these ways, like particularly the big heavy hitters, Illustrator, Photoshop. I feel like you learn so well by just the trial and error and the just exploring the app.
Yeah, 'cause I feel like the way
Right.
I use Photoshop is different than how
Sure.
other people use it. So when people ask me how I use certain things or how I do certain things, like this is how I do it. I don't know if that's correct.
Yes.
But it's how I do it.
I think
so.
those days are gone where there's only one way to do something.
Right.
Have you ever noticed like where you're like, wow, I know I can use these 3 tools to get the same effect, but I'm just going to use the one I'm using all the time.
Yeah, I actually learned today how to copy like all the layers to create one. I was like, oh,
There you go.
because I love shortcuts. I think
Yeah.
that's like my favorite thing to use are shortcuts.
It's also too like I laugh sometimes. I'm a heavy Illustrator user, but
Really
like
nice. I love you, Illustrator.
but I still think I only know about 30% of that app.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's incredible how diverse it is. And
I
everything.
love the layering in Illustrator as well.
Good. I am the same way. Yeah.
I feel like once you use one of these apps, you can use a few of the other ones because they
Yeah.
all have similar settings.
Yeah. Chat, are you team Illustrator or team Photoshop? Not that you don't like the other one, but what's your workhorse?
Yeah.
What would you say yours is? Is it more Photoshop at this point?
Yeah, but I use Illustrator a lot too.
Yeah.
I love Illustrator, especially for vector art.
Oh yeah.
It's the best.
I love it. I like the idea that it feels like if you're creating things using Shape Builder, using all those other things, you're really the one kind of having some fun and putting actual work together. It's almost as close to drawing or constructing in real life, not on screen. And then Photoshop, it's this whole other level of mixture and transparency and texture.
I think
really
it's the overlaying and the overlapping, especially
Right.
with the blending modes.
Oh,
You can have like one image like this, but if you try it in different blending modes, it creates a whole different feel
Look at that.
to the piece.
I mean, one little hover
Like
and
even
you change this. Look at that.
Black and white.
Mm-hmm. Do you find too with some of the work you've done, like, let's say you're done and you finish it, right? You like
Yeah.
make a copy of it and then just go
Yes.
through blend modes and try
Yes.
something totally
I
different.
actually made a copy of this file earlier, like just in case I continue this piece and go a different direction.
Yeah.
I have an old PSD file.
Yeah.
Just in case, because I tend to do that a lot. I'm not even
I
gonna
getcha.
lie.
Oh, we got a few. Got a few in the Illustrator world. Both Patrick and Josie said Team Illustrator. Yeah, I think everyone has the one that is their workhorse, and then the other one kind of supplements it.
Yeah.
Or you know what I mean? Which is great.
Then you can combine both because you
Right.
can always import different files.
Yeah.
If they're all the same.
And the best part too is like I was messing around with a AI file all saved in layers, and then you export it to a PSD, and you open it, and it keeps your entire legacy of
Really?
layers in Photoshop.
Wow.
So it's kind of neat, and then you can
didn't
do,
know that.
and then just the fun of like being able to take stuff from one application to the other without ruining any of the legacy and all of the work that you've put together.
That's true.
You know. Yeah, this looks great. Oh, look at that magenta.
Yeah, I love playing with
a
colors.
Good vibe there.
I think for the past year or two,
Mm-hmm.
my work has become more colorful, surprisingly.
Okay.
Since it used to be kind of dull.
Yeah.
And now it's just like, ooh, color contrast.
That's
I want to have
great.
I want to have warms and lights for light and day.
Nice.
That's my goal.
Do you have a certain is there a goal or a signature that you like to have in your work, or do you find you want to be? Are you more specialty, or are you more generalist with the way you approach your stuff?
At the end, they all kind of are cohesive in terms of if I want to add a specific Lightroom effect, because I have my own presets in Lightroom, so I'll add that at the end, or
Great.
they might be very texturized and noisy, so it would be kind of like have a certain painterly
Okay.
type.
That's cool. I think that's a great way to think about the presets in Lightroom, because until you get to Lightroom, maybe each piece of yours is totally different.
Yes.
But then
Once I go to
Lightroom
Lightroom, it all makes
puts
them
that
similar.
personal stamp,
Exactly.
right?
Yup. Exactly.
She's got the Shay filter there, ready
Yeah.
to go. I love it.
They're all waiting. I'm like, so when I'm working, I see this piece, but then I see once I add that final filter in Lightroom, it's like, yeah, that's exactly the color that's gonna come out.
Nice. And you go with your gut a lot of the times too, right? It's kind of like I like the surprises too. Like maybe you're in this warm thing, but by messing around with saturation or something, you get a cool element, and that kind of dramatic difference is really compelling.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
I feel like this pink is calling me.
Mm-hmm.
It's this pink. I think I'm gonna.
I just really love that gold to orange thing in the shoulders. It's just, to me, that feels. You can see the dimensionality. You can see it feels like you're seeing the full roundness of that entire spot.
Yeah,
it looks really, really cool.
This shoulder.
Yeah.
The shoulder is nice.
And so most of your images are what's your source images? Were you
Adobe stock, and then some of these are generated
the
with
AI
the
stuff.
text to image. Yes.
Beautiful. That's really cool.
Yeah. It's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Command D. I found that out.
Yep.
Is it good? Oh. Maybe not. I'll drag it down.
There you go.
There we go. I want to add this to the background just so I can see what the mountains look like behind the portrait.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let's see how that looks behind it.
Ooh.
That way I can probably blend the portrait. Yeah, I can blend this with...
There's way too many options. It's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always too many options. That's why that's why I like experimenting, because the first idea was cool. Like, this is cool, but like, ooh, what if I add it to the top? It's like, okay, what if I add it to the back?
We have a Shaylin Wallace in there.
Oh, that's my sister.
I was going to say.
Hey.
Your sister's chiming in. That's
Thank
really
you.
awesome. Always neat to see familiar names in the chat there. Very cool.
Always.
What do you like to, when you're done with these things, what's your hope with these? Do you have these on display? Do you print these? Like, do you keep them digital?
It all depends. Sometimes I'll post it. Sometimes I'll keep it to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I will print it out for myself, or sometimes I'll add it to my print shop on Etsy.
Great.
So it just kind of depends.
Nice.
This one, I kind of would want to print it out.
Nice. What makes the difference between you keeping a piece of art or selling a piece of art?
Just if I want to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just because sometimes I'll
Yeah.
make a piece and then 2 years later I'll decide to start selling it, because I don't think about selling it as I'm working on it.
That's a good way to look at it too.
Yeah.
And then when you're ready, or when you've had it on your own and you're like, okay, now it's time to put it out in the world a little bit.
What? They did say they want to buy it. I might as well, do a few prints.
Mm-hmm.
But I love having my work in physical form.
Good. And then other than music, what other things are your biggest influences before you started a piece?
Nature, I think, like spirituality as well, and then myself is like a huge part, because I think what I'm creating is like a reflection of myself in many ways.
Cool.
So it's like that's like the most vulnerable part of what I do.
Yeah.
So art is vulnerable.
So Shaylin Wallace says she wants a copy of this.
I got you. I got you.
Yep. People loving the pink and purple gradient for sure.
What looks better, on the back, like behind, or?
Let's see. What are the two options?
So this is behind.
Yep.
And then, because I think I like the solid right here, because it makes this pink pop out.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I have to, I could flip it. Command T, if you guys don't know.
There you go. Good little trick.
Ooh, maybe that might be.
Sometimes it's neat where the intersections happen, where you're like, whoa, like it's creating a whole new thing in there, but the way that pink stops.
Yeah, because this part right here, I want to keep the pink and blue. That's what I really like. So.
And look at that moon in there. It's like, it'll be kind of neat too, is if it's almost in the spot of where maybe like the lower part of the ear, almost an earring.
Yeah, I think there was an overlay I had earlier of like another moon. I don't know where it is, but there was like 2 moons I had.
Oh, cool.
Oh, there's this moon. It's a full moon though, but I like the crescent moon.
Nice. Do you ever include typography? Are you heavy on that, or do you kind of stay clear?
I don't know. I don't. I do love typography. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like for my pieces, I don't really add words unless it's either the title or the description. But other than that, I don't really.
Is it more of a like, I want you to interpret the art
exactly
for its own without the
because we all have different experiences. So what I think about this piece is gonna be different than someone else's
There you go.
experience. So.
I find that too with like, even though music has titles and words and lyrics and you know the artist is everything, I still think sometimes like if you don't know the lyrics,
right,
you hear it in your own
you
way,
do, you
know, and it's a different experience.
You can interpret it.
Exactly. It's always funny too when you find out like lyrics were not what you thought they were.
And I was still singing the way I thought.
Right? Oh, of course. Yeah.
I was still singing the way I
I think
thought.
there was the
because-
artist Seal. He never put lyrics in his CDs and in his when you
actually pretty funny.
bought it, because he wanted you to have your own interpretation of what he was saying.
That's cool.
It's kind of neat. It's kind of like, that's a true artist right there. Oh, look at that.
Maybe like subtle. Ooh. Ooh.
That's looking good. So your experimental kind of approach here is that how you work most of the time?
Yeah. Besides the mood board part, yes.
Exactly.
Besides, because the mood board, that was, I was even like, what am I supposed to,
We established
what can I put?
the mood board's
But-
in her mind. She keeps it
Yeah.
right there. Right. But this, like, it's like you don't have a set idea until you're almost done, right?
Yeah, it's
kind
like,
of the way it works.
this is what I pictured in my head, but not so much like what's on it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the whole thing though, it's like, I want to do a double exposure with like this. And then once I see the pieces of like the puzzle, I just put it all together in Photoshop. I was like,
Nice.
that's it. That's
Gotcha.
it.
And how do you know when you're done?
Photoshop has a button that tells you when it's done. I don't know if I'll update it. I'm just playing. I'm
Yeah.
just playing. But
And if
they
you're doing a
did-
live stream, it's the
Right.
end of the hour.
Yeah. There's a button that tells you when you're finished a piece.
Right?
That way.
It's like we think you're done.
No, it's like you're done. It's gonna be like you're. You're
It'll
done.
save it. You can't make any changes to it. That would be
crazy.
a fun little
Ooh,
timer.
Like a timer, yeah.
You know, like I love
Like an hour edit.
Yeah, I love that idea.
I could do that. That would be a good challenge for like a 30-day challenge. Do hour edits a day to see how, like, so that you don't have to overthink.
Yeah.
You can just create.
Like, would you, like, going into that zone, would you try as hard as possible to have something finished, or would you just love it to catch you at a surprise moment and be like, that's the spot I stopped
Knowing
in.
me, it'll be the second. It'll be the
first?
first one.
Yeah.
It'll be the first one mentally, but the
Yeah.
second one would be.
That's how I would approach the same way.
Because it's
Yep.
like, oh my god, 30 minutes. Because an hour is not that long when you're working on art.
No.
It's actually quite fast. I remember when I was in college, I would have my art classes like, and they'd be like 2 hours long. I thought it's gonna be very slow. No,
Yeah,
2 hours is fast.
it's fast. I have a 3-hour class that I teach, and it is. You think
Yeah.
you're like, where there's.
Once you start working on the piece, or like
it's just
whatever, it's
time, and if everyone's active, if everybody's involved, it goes by so fast. And one of the things we've been doing with Firefly and with Express particularly is doing these like really quick 30-minute challenges where we'll do something, we'll have a brief, put it up on the screen, and everyone has to do it in 30 minutes.
Ooh, I like that.
And the goal is to just be done, like not to have the most incredible, brilliant piece, but just to be done.
Why can't it be?
Yeah, because
that's the hard part,
I'd
yeah.
rather them get used to the pace rather than the.
That is smart.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
like once you get into your first job or whatever it might be, those demands do come on you very quickly.
They
and
do.
and if you're
They
doing
do.
it right, and if you're doing it for the love of and the passion, you can make this work
Yeah.
and work on it for hours and days on end. But if someone's paying you, it's a whole other story. You're like, they
That's
want it
true.
done by a certain time.
That is
Right.
true, and I've
Yeah.
dealt with that too. It's like, okay, that's your timeline. I got it.
There you go. Yeah.
I got it. I think I'm spelling portrait wrong. Or am I spelling it right? Yeah, yeah.
There you
I'm
go.
like, it's because it's all in caps. I'm like,
Yep.
I'm gonna just say, hold on. See, this is why I don't label things.
It's
Woman.
it's like slowing down your process, right? You're like, I don't have time to make sure
The
my
word
spelling is correct.
The
in
word
all my
portrait is
letters.
looking weird to me. I can spell, you guys. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's just the word looked weird.
That's one of those words where I say like portrait.
Portrait.
Yeah, I know. I always pronounce it as it should be to help me spell it right.
Portrait.
Portrait.
Oh, I did spell it right.
There you
the first
go.
time. All right, I'm gonna add the stars in the
Do
background.
layers have spell check? That's a good question. I don't think so.
It's like a red line under everything that doesn't. Probably not. Yeah. Okay. So I add some stars.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, this is the
Stop.
background.
Oh my God. There's like I like every one of them. This is so cool.
Yeah, added the background, some stars. I'm gonna I think I want smaller stars actually.
I wonder if you can in contrast, if you in brightness and contrast, if you make the contrast less, will that make them kind of like a little blurry? Like
a little bit,
yeah. That might be a cool tip.
That's actually one of my tricks I do for myself when it comes to like if I increase
there you go. So like increase it will make them bolder, and then if you bring the brightness down, it'll make them more faint.
Yeah.
Like if you want it to look a little more.
And then if you copy the layer, you just drag it down, and then I think I just did Gaussian blur.
Oh, cool.
That's my favorite blur.
Yeah.
So you can check it out. Actually, let me zoom in.
Yeah, let's see what it does. Ooh, I love seeing that texture and the pixels there. It looks great. There we go.
Oh, I need to put it on screen.
Oh,
there
that's
we
right.
Go. Screen. There we go.
Look at that.
Now you can actually see.
What's up, Jordan? Good to see you there, buddy.
Oh, yeah. I like
that's great. I
that
love
one's
that.
perfect.
That looks really, really good. So you took one, duplicated it, it's right behind it, and then you expanded the blur on it.
Yes.
So you still get the focus of the one in front.
Exactly,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take the eraser, actually, no, the brush. Soft brush.
Nice.
And just erase this down here.
There you go. I love when those little magic things happen between like opacities, blending modes, right? All the little tools, and you're like, it worked.
No, literally, that's my favorite. Let me get rid of. I love masking because I can just erase.
Yeah.
What I don't want. Just get rid of that.
So, do you usually have, like, if you're doing this with the song or music inspiration, do you have it on? Are you playing it?
Yep.
Right? Yep. Yeah.
Sometimes when I'm like in the zone and I'm like, let me pick a song, and I don't pick a song, I'm just working in silence.
Yeah.
And I don't realize until it's like.
You're almost done, right?
It's like, it is quiet.
I've had a few times where like I'm usually so religious about having music on in my studio that sometimes like if you get really into the project and you realize you've worked two hours and you haven't even turned on a tune, it's like I'm like so lost
I'm
in
not
it.
mad at it. It's just
sometimes that's what you need.
It's like no wonder why I hear everything. Like silence is like loud.
It is
sometimes.
Ooh, put that on a T-shirt. I like that.
I got you.
We have a lot. We're coming up with a lot of ideas today.
Yeah. This one I'm going back and forth on. I feel like I'm debating if I want to add like a lot of stuff to the background or keep it very simplistic.
Yeah.
Because I do like this, but I also like it without anything.
Yeah. Would you ever make like a series of the same thing with like? Because I cannot decide.
And that's why I make series. I make series a lot, actually.
Nice.
A lot of series.
Is that just for people that are indecisive?
I think so.
Is that where series came from?
I feel caught. Yeah.
Like, this is my series of multiple portraits, and it's like, no, you just couldn't decide which one you like the best.
And I couldn't. It's like, actually, this is so good. I want to make more. And I make it until I just keep making different ones until I'm like, you know what? That's enough versions. Let's try something else. Try something else.
Yeah. So again, we've got like, how, did you count your layers? Where are you at?
I don't even know.
I like that it feels like you've got all of these different things. It doesn't seem like much, but obviously there are, and there's multiples behind each element that you have kind of all these little effects. But then the controllability of being able to go into something and just particularly blend that alone is your best kind of tool, right?
Yeah, I think that's one of my that's one of the best things about Photoshop is to be able to use layers in that way.
Ooh, even look at that.
That's without it, yeah.
God, print that. Save option 1.
Yeah. All right, I think I had some more
images, right?
Yeah.
So this is everything you pretty much generated up
Either
front?
I generated or I found them.
Oh, you found on Adobe stock.
Yeah, there are some stars I have
Ooh, the
generated.
swirls one, those swirling ones look kind of cool.
Yeah, these were actually very interesting. I made some of these.
How do you what's your approach in prompting? Because I know everyone's still, like, we're all learning how to ask for the right things, particularly.
Yeah.
And I'm noticing Firefly's been getting incredibly accurate
It's
with
been
the
really,
things
it's
that
actually really,
I've
really
been prompting,
good.
right?
So since I look for stock photos a lot, I kind of, that's how I generate images. It's like, what am I looking for specifically in terms of stock photos? So it's like, what are the specific words?
Yeah.
So this one I think was like sunset, pink, starry sky, dreamy, like some adjectives.
That's a good point. I think the same way you would go about searching for something in stock, think about those words, the keywords and what they are. And I know too, I've been watching a lot of people sharing a lot of their tips on Adobe Live for prompting, and it seems like it's just trial and error. I know there's certain words that just do not work, or certain things that are like, you think you are going to put the perfect sentence together, and it only needs the keywords. You know?
I think I like to the ones that are successful, I always copy and paste them into my notes. Just to make sure like okay, that's the specific word is,
or that's the sentence structure.
Yes.
Right. And now just interchange it with the new word. Yep, exactly.
Exactly. That's literally what I do. And that's my first time actually using anything like AI or generated.
Yeah.
So it was helpful for me to just understand like how it works.
What's your advice to folks that are in the more fine art world in association with AI?
So I don't really use it either, but when it comes to like artwork, I'm using it as a tool, or gonna try to attempt to use it as a tool in terms of just experimentation, which is what I did as well when I've like did these type of images, just so I can see what the words I'm putting out are gonna turn into. And like sometimes even when you search for stock images, they don't show you exactly what you want, obviously. Like they can't read your mind. You have to like search what you're looking for. So when it comes to like the text to image, I can put a whole sentence in, and even though it might not be exactly what I want, it's like, okay, this is a swirl of stars.
Yeah.
So it's close enough.
Good.
For just so I could even picture what I was trying to see in my head.
I love that. I think it's a neat curiosity thing too. Like I found that I'm using AI in the same way. It's like when I need a thought starter, or if I need something to be the kind of like jumpstart for something, it's a great way to find something. And then I really am impressed with the way you're using it here, because it's like, this gives me the want to like get into either like Fresco on the iPad or Photoshop on the Mac or on your desktop, and really play around with the AI kind of generated stuff and have some fun, particularly if you just need a break, you know?
Yeah.
Right? These are just fun little like prompt things and things like that to just have fun with exercises with.
So this past, I guess last summer, since it's January. I would say this past summer, last summer, that's when I started to mess around with the Adobe Express text to image.
Yeah.
And for me, it was like, what can I make in everyday life through like just words? So I would make like, a blue sky, like black mountains, a beach.
Yeah.
So, and then stars and stuff. So like what things I already use in stock images, I was trying to make through the text to image.
Nice. And also too, it comes with that little added bonus of being super one of a kind.
Yeah.
No one else can use that one.
That is true.
Right?
So you don't want, it's like, can I have your text to image? Like what's the text? Like,
no.
I don't know.
Proprietary information.
It got lost.
That's really great. This is neat. Like that takes on a whole new.
Yeah, it adds more movement.
Totally. So. But the way it's almost surrounding her too, and it's like swirled around her, it's really, really cool.
Yeah, I
like it.
That.
Yes, it is like kind of a galaxy-ish thing, but in one of the blend modes, it almost felt like a fluid or like a water kind of going around.
Oh, I like that. I added it behind, just so I can see. I like how I can tell what it looks like with the background.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's nice.
If you're listening to inspiration, like let's say the song or something it came from, other than lyrics, what are you listening to?
Oh, the beat.
Yeah.
The beat.
Okay.
I think I was listening to the beat before the lyrics actually.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people. Like I know the whole beat before I know the lyrics.
Oh, that's cool.
Because sometimes the lyrics just be too fast for me to even, for me to even want to repeat it. It's like,
So is it
what
the
they say, what
so
they
the
say.
rhythm or the, because I'm trying, like, what's the bridge into the artwork? Are you getting into that zone of going like, this thing's very calm, so I want my image to feel the same, or are you looking for keywords that kind of like come from how you would describe the music?
I think a little bit of both.
Yeah.
A little bit of both. It's like a balance of both. Because like even for this one, I found like keywords, but also like how I felt. Like I felt like I was like my eyes are closed.
Nice. Okay, there you go.
You know.
Oh, that's a great way to look at it too. So if the song gives you that vibe, so will your visual. Close the
Yes.
eyes. Yeah.
Yes. So I love the select tool. It's just perfect. So I'm gonna Command C and then Command V. So I copy and pasted what I selected, just so I can just have this. And then I'm gonna go in. This is J. This is a content aware. So it's just gonna spot healing brush tool. I'm gonna just touch up some things.
All right, cool.
Before I go in, just in case I wanna keep some of the
Quick
skin
little
color.
fix ups there. Isn't it neat how it just keeps the whole vibe of
This is one of my favorite tools.
the
ever.
grit and the pixels that you got in there? It's a perfect
Yes.
match. Looks great.
I'm gonna do a little bit of erasing.
And what's the idea here? You're bringing this in as a
Like a this is gonna be the figure in the middle to
Okay.
represent the falling or flying.
yes.
So that's gonna be it's in the middle of the portrait.
Gotcha. Nice.
That's perfect.
Ooh, good track pad
Thank you,
talent
thank you.
there.
Thank you.
What do you use mostly?
That's all I use is the trackpad.
You're kidding.
I don't use a mouse.
Wow.
I don't use a mouse. No.
That's great. I know from years that I was traveling a lot and had to do a lot of work on the fly on a laptop. I got really good with the trackpad too. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's what you use.
It's
right?
just it's just so much
Yeah.
easier. And my right click is on my left click is on the right. It's like opposite.
Oh,
for
okay.
me. Yeah. So my hand just has a weird movement, but it works.
Nice.
My laptop is literally made for me. It works.
That's great.
Yeah, I can always.
I know everyone's got like a different preference between the tablets, and I've finally like got a really good mouse that like is just, I don't know, it has all the customization on it and everything, but to me it's that it just has the feeling, particularly with Illustrator being my app of choice. It just works good. But then the other day I was messing around with something on the trackpad and it all kept coming back so quickly. If you've learned, if you've spent a lot of time on it, right, you're just gonna kind of
It
feel
becomes
more
like second
comfortable.
nature. Yeah, it's second nature. Like
Yeah.
that's how I feel with my trackpad and certain shortcuts as well. It's like, how do I do a shortcut? It's like it's second nature. It just comes to me without thinking at a certain point.
What do you guys use? Chat, let us know. Are you trackpad, mouse, tablet, you name it?
Right.
Want to know. Stylus on pad, whatever you use. I've been I love using Fresco a lot on the iPad because it syncs in.
Fresco is amazing.
It syncs in so well with whatever app. Like you can literally say like send to desktop and it opens up whatever drawing you did, particularly with like vector brushes. And basically Illustrator will open on your desktop and you'll get exactly what you just drew on your iPad as vector art.
Really?
Yeah. And you can obviously save it to library as well.
I think I've used that before, but I haven't saved it as vector art, but I know you can.
Yeah.
And I thought that was game changer.
It has so many share
That's a
features.
game changer.
Like you can share to a JPEG, you can share to a PNG, you can share to your library, you can share to a drive. But then it says share and it says apps, I believe, and you go send to desktop. And if Illustrator's open, it literally just wirelessly sends it to your desktop, which is really cool.
Wow. So I cleaned up the edges.
Okay, cool.
I probably add some more cleaning of the edges. I'm debating if I want to keep it like a whole black silhouette or add some highlights. So
you got to keep something because there's such a neat.
Yeah.
There's
So
just a hint
I'm
of
gonna
that.
turn it down.
If you can just see a hint of some of that textile coming through, it's really neat.
I'm gonna do it like right, and then turn this up.
Also, too, like the whole pink area of the head turns into a whole other image when you place that on there.
Oh yeah.
Now it feels like a cut through of a silhouette, but we're seeing something like this pink sky or whatever it might be.
This is usually how I work. It like this close is how I usually work.
Yeah.
Like pixels.
Yeah.
It's normal. Oh, let me change the brush. Hard brush.
If you were to say there's 2 or 3 characteristics of your style,
Okay.
what would you say they are?
In terms of like Photoshop?
No,
Or
even
just in
like
general?
even if someone
Okay.
who has never seen your work before sees it on a wall, what's
Okay.
the 3 words you want them to say?
Surreal, minimalistic, and then I don't want to say colorful, but I want to say color.
Good.
Color.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it doesn't have to be colorful.
No.
It just has to be a good color contrast.
I guess even like
contrast.
just I know what you're saying, like color.
You know what I'm saying? Like
just color.
Yeah. Right. Color.
Nothing more specific than that. Yeah.
Color. Yeah. And then it's not gonna. This is not gonna be that big. Actually, it's gonna be a little.
You're just having it a little bit bigger to see the size of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I might remove some of the highlights on the portrait. I put this in a group because I had to, just in case I want to move the portrait around. Because I can move this whole thing around actually.
Nice.
So if I need to, I can just increase it or decrease it in size. I might actually increase it, or should I?
I think you had a pretty good play
I
right
did.
there. That looks great.
I think that's how
Yeah.
I had it. That's how I had it.
I love it.
All right, we're gonna keep like that.
Do you think have you always been a creative?
Yeah, I think all my life.
Yeah.
I loved art. You know, Play-Doh, just drawing, coloring, coloring books. Legos. Okay, so growing up we had blocks. We had the blocks.
Yep.
So you know, I would make my own castles.
I had like half and half, and then it was
Yeah.
like they never work together, and you're trying to like.
I do love
squish
Legos
one in.
now. I
Yeah.
don't have as many, but
Yeah.
I do have like a Legos Adidas sneaker.
Oh,
and
cool.
I haven't set it up yet, but I need to. But
That's awesome.
I think once
I just got back into them again. Like I used them as a kid.
They have really good ones for adults. Like they have
They're
collectibles.
so good.
The
Yeah.
collectibles.
Yeah, I've got the Seinfeld set, which
Really?
is so it's literally the set of
That
Seinfeld,
is so
and then I just
cool.
got a really cool one that is
is so
a
cool.
Formula One car. I'm really getting
Ooh,
into
the
the car
cars.
ones. Are fantastic.
They had some like artsy ones. Like I think some of like Keith Haring's work, I believe.
Yes.
And I was tempted to buy all of those, but
Yeah. Oh, they're saying you're the artist in the family.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't forget, the whole fam's watching.
Right. So I really do want to. I think once I do buy more Legos, it's gonna be on the shelf. Like,
Yeah.
It's gonna be on the shelf forever.
I like that it's kind of, to me, sometimes art has become such a commerce in a way where it's like everything, I'm never doing art just for myself. Or,
Right.
you know, I don't have an Etsy shop or anything like that. So like when I picked up the Lego set, I was like, oh my God, this is what was missing. Just this,
The
the tactile,
Yup.
doing it for no other reason but to like, and then these are the first ones I've been doing that you actually follow instructions. I usually, when as a kid, I would just make something.
Yeah, exactly.
Completely
There is
from
no
scratch,
instructions.
right? Yeah.
There are no instructions.
I think what most creatives have in common is they did some building tool or toy as a kid, and it could have even been just stacking cards, you know, something that
used
you
to do that
built
too.
from pieces, and you were able to kind of interpret your own kind of artistic thing from it. That seems to be the common thread with a lot of creatives.
Definitely. I used to build cards.
Yeah.
That took a lot of patience.
I bet.
That took a lot of patience.
Oh, that's a nice crop. That looks cool.
Yeah. I like that star.
Are there any other things that you do artistically that you find kind of that are maybe even 180 from this? Do you do anything that's kind of?
I make like I call it like doodle art, like abstract drawings, like psychedelic type drawings. I also started I want to get into like painting again.
Yeah.
I do photography. I make beats sometimes. I
Cool.
haven't done that in a while.
There you go.
But you know, I dabble in whatever I find interesting.
Nice.
And last year I actually did start doing physical collages.
Oh, nice.
So that was fun.
I would love to get into that. It's so messy.
I need to get a scanner.
Right?
It's fun. It's just so much fun to just cut things up and just place it. It's like Photoshop, but it's just physical.
You're right. It literally is Photoshop in real world.
It's just physical. It's like I just have to cut things actually instead of using the pen tool.
Yeah. Ooh. We're getting some. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I feel like I might have to add something to the back. Or better yet, if I want to, I can make the brush really big and then turn down the opacity like 30%.
Yeah.
And just that's the hard brush. I need the soft brush. There we go. And
cool.
then there we go.
All of a sudden, like this extra little level of depth.
Yes, there we go. That way I can still have that darkness at the top. And then that gradient there.
That looks great.
And then I might want to change this around the portrait. I need to get rid of some layers. But then again, I want to see, just in case I need them. I'm going to keep that one.
Yeah, we like the stars.
Yeah.
That definitely looks cool.
And then this is the...
Analog Photoshop. That is correct, dude. Nice.
Trying to make sure it's on that lip.
Gosh, when you get in there and you can almost crop any close-up, and I think you've got a great little work of art.
Yeah, I screenshot sometimes just to check it out. I was like, ooh, that's a good screenshot.
Yeah.
To go back to.
That looks cool. Have you ever mashed up some of the stuff that you've done together? Like either, let's say, something you've photographed, a beat you've made, and something you've kind of composited with Photoshop?
I actually have. I actually have done some like animations in Photoshop because I like the timeline tool. Yeah. And then I'll add my own beat to it in like I think After Effects, either After Effects or Premiere Pro. I'll add the music. So yeah, I did that a couple years ago just to try it out. Yeah. It was hard.
Blending all of the different
it's
kind of like
a lot.
Yeah, it's like you're 3 different artists coming together.
it's a whole masterpiece at the end.
Yeah, that's great.
It's a whole masterpiece at the end.
And then when you're usually done, what's the first thing you do? Do you share it? Do you get it out there or no?
I just look at it.
You hold it onto yourself for a while?
Yeah, I just stare at it sometimes. Okay. Just like, oh. And then I debate if I want to go back and change something.
Gotcha.
Which I'll probably do with this piece later on.
Do you ever show things in progress? Probably not.
I might like do like something like this. Like I show a work in progress like this.
Okay.
And I'll zoom in and then screenshot this and be like work in progress. And then like, ooh, that's so cool.
Yeah. Wait, we gotta like kind of match the same thing that she's doing at the same time. See, look at that. We've created art and we're being superimposed over it. I love it.
It'd be cool. Oh, I guess you would have to do it like the
exactly.
like grabbing it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I kind of want to crop. Too. Like, you see how it's like this? Yeah. Oh, let me try that technique from earlier. It's Command Option Shift E. Oops, I shouldn't touch that.
Let's see.
Command Option Shift E. There it is.
Nice.
All right. So this is the whole thing right now.
Cool.
And I'm gonna. Can I select the subject? It let me do that.
Hey, look at that.
And then W, that gets you to the object select tools, quick selection. Mm-hmm. Put on the negative so we can remove the selection. So I'm going to remove this.
Dang.
I'm going to remove that. Remove this. Remove this. Remove this.
Great
remove
shortcut.
This, remove this. And then we just have, remove this.
Got a little, little bugger over there.
This. Keep that. Command C, Command V, copy paste. And it's there. You just can't see it.
Yeah.
And now it's this part.
Very cool.
So now I kind of want to have that there.
How do you feel on the piece right now? Are you getting close?
Yes, I am. I know. I mean, I seem like I'm not. Like, I know I'm going back and forth, but
like, I think you probably have a very like abrupt.
Yeah.
Like, I'm done. This is it.
Yeah, like doing this, like to show my process. It's like,
yeah.
Didn't she just do that? It's like I did, but now I have to see something else.
Yeah.
It's all an experiment for me, but it's fun. I enjoy it. It's like.
What do you feel is like your best advice on originality? Like, what would you tell someone who's maybe reluctant to try something like this?
I would say if you, in terms of like actually like doing what I'm doing, like find a song and everything, I would say find a song you like and just, if you want to do some digital collage, you know, find some images and then, you know, if you want to do a mood board, go ahead. You don't have to do a mood board. I don't do mood boards. So
we learned that in minute one.
But don't think too much about it. Like, just have fun with it and just get creative. Like, you can make anything. There's no wrong rule. Like, every step I'm taking right now, it's not that's wrong. It's like there are no wrong turns. Like, everything is just one step. It's just a step in the process.
Good way to say it.
Yeah, it's a step in the process.
And don't be too like difficult on yourself. You're trying something new, and I think that room for exploration and even like not error, but just like maybe it's not 100%. That's the only way you'll ever get good.
That is true.
I think is trying those experiments and doing things, and like everything you're showing is it's such an interesting way to experiment because you're just trying different options and settings, and you're getting totally different things that might inspire you.
Right.
With a quick visual.
I think, and that it gets easier over time because I know how to use the blending tools, so I know how, like, if I'm looking for certain images, I know what type of contrast I'm looking for, what type of composition. So that's why I even picked this portrait, because I knew it's like the perfect crop.
Yeah. I'd love to see that even like on canvas or right, like when you,
that'd be awesome.
Because you got such a grit already in there. It'll be so neat to see, you know. So now it's time for the final selections.
This is the moon. Yeah, this is the final selection.
You're down to the last few minutes.
Yes.
What will she make as the final piece?
Okay. All right, I'm feeling the pressure.
That's your goal.
I'm feeling the pressure. I'm feeling the pressure. Okay, this is another moon image. I like the moon right here. I might actually put that in the background. Yeah, I think I have it in the background.
Oh gosh, there's so many. You have too many options. This looks so good.
It's not my fault. I'm gonna blame the audience.
blame Firefly for all the great stuff to mess around with.
Okay, there we go. I like that moon right there. And then I'm going to decide which moon I want to keep, or I can have two moons.
Like, you've got options there that turn this thing into like early morning, and then you have options that make it look like it's like late at night and super dramatic. It's so cool to see
that's
the differences.
And that's what I was trying to get.
Yeah,
that's what I was trying to get day and night. I was literally trying to get. And that's good to hear, because that's what I was trying to do.
That'd be a cool little, like, if you're shooting for something and you don't know what to kind of like explore on, like almost like build a composition that says both day and night in the same image. Something so drastically opposite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, you had that one where it was all like deserty colors looked pretty sick.
Oh.
Print that one out for me, please.
Okay. Gotcha.
Look at that. Like, that was like, they each have their own interpretation when it comes to, oh gosh, look at even that, those three little things, the moon, the falling, and then just that little sliver of a line. I like
the moon at the top.
That looks so cool.
Actually,
that looks cool. Nice. What's your typical work environment? Where do you do most of your work?
Either in my studio, on the couch, or or when I'm in the bedroom.
Nice.
Either, because I feel like when I first started doing artwork anyway, I was like a bedroom artist, so it's just kind of just easy to just get your laptop, sit in bed, and just
wherever
work.
Your laptop is, right? That's your office.
Basically, yeah. That's actually my answer. I switch. Wherever my laptop is, that's where I'm working.
Nice.
And I love that I can work anywhere I want. But you know, somewhere peaceful, which is usually at my place.
Yep. You put on the right tunes. You get in the right, like, coffee or tea.
Tea.
Really? I had a feeling.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee, which is good.
Yeah.
I used to drink coffee in college, but that's because I had to. 'Cause I had 9 a.m. classes.
Oh yeah. I can't. It's in my blood. I can't stop.
Yeah.
But I've tried teas just to be more like.
Yeah, I like
it
teas.
feels more like sophisticated.
It is. I mean, you can do like, you know, pinkies up.
There you go. Yep. Or particularly when you don't want, like, there's so many good
pinkies up.
decaf versions that I feel like decaf coffee is like doesn't make sense to me.
I feel like that's not what's the point.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the point?
Oh look, okay, cool. So she's down to her last 5 minutes, guys.
Okay, I'm putting this star.
It's happening.
In here.
She will commit to a final image.
I am. It might have a different tone at the end.
That's okay.
But it's okay.
You're the artist, man.
You're right. Awesome. There is no wrong. There is no wrong. But yeah, I like these stars. So I'm going to keep
I like the crop.
Stars.
That's really nice.
Yeah. So only the stars are at the bottom and not the top.
It's so neat to see that evolution of how you brought them in. They were all over everything. Now they're just cropped within there. You got the blur happening with the stars.
Yeah. Ooh, I like that one right there. Yeah, that looks good.
Ooh. So nice.
And that shoulder. That shoulder's nice.
It's the best part there. I just love it. It's such a punch, you know? Like, you've got the little parts there with the nose and the ear and in the hair, but the shoulder one just really does, it forms the whole 3-dimension of the figure. Like, you don't need it anywhere else. And you see, right? If you took that away, I would think that was like a cutout. But the highlight of the shoulder just gives it the complete roundness, which is really, really cool.
I moved something. I don't know what it is.
Oh, dang. That dark one looked good, too.
Oh, it's in here. Oh, I see it. I moved this.
Nice. What would you call this? Other than the title of the song.
Cause that was gonna be my answer. I'm not gonna lie.
I was like, she's just gonna name the song title. No. What's the title of this?
It's probably gonna be something stellar. You know, something stellar, something that involves time and space.
Stellar Fall.
Stellar Fall.
Stellar
Fall.
Something like that. It's definitely
Stellar Fall. Falling Stellar.
Falling Stellar. The Stellar Fall. That sounds like a new novel.
Stellar Fall.
You could put this on a book cover and easily come up with a really cool title.
Let me go back. Okay, I went back. I love this. I love the history. You can just go back to where you were.
Yeah.
That way, because I definitely changed something. I was like, I didn't mean to do that.
Do you keep the history open?
Yeah.
All the time? Nice.
I mean, well, sometimes I'll close it like this, but, you know. All right, I like it like this. Okay. Saving that.
Good. Oh, yeah. I was going to say.
Saving that. And then this can go. Oh, I have 2 of these. What did I do? Oh, that one's that one. Okay. This is the one I want.
There you go.
And then the color I'll fix later, but that's the fun part.
So before we leave, do you want to do a quick recap of where we started and what we got?
Yes, we can.
We started with the great mood board in Express.
Yes, we did.
Right.
Had the mood board and the song and then the ideas and then the inspiration. So kind of want to combine these and then add like a day and night effect, which I did in Photoshop. And I created some generative images using text-to-image in Adobe Express. And
amazing.
After that, I put everything in Photoshop and we just started experimenting with different blend modes and learned some different tools as well. Absolutely cool. And before we leave, where can they find you, Shay? You can find me on Instagram at SNWAllday, so SNWALLDAY, or my website, snwvisuals.com. And yeah. Awesome. Great job today. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We're back with a few more later on today. Awesome. Join us. See you guys.
Pop quiz, everybody. We are back with our friend Brittney, and last stream you taught us some really cool tips and tricks. So, pop quiz, what do we got for our audience? What are we going to quiz them on?
Okay, so first question, we're going to need to see my screen in order to actually
let's
ask
hop over.
this. So, how do you change, I guess you would call that the orientation from your video being horizontal to vertical for Reels?
Okay, chat, let us know, how do you do that? I'll give you extra points, imaginary chat points, if you know the answer to this question, right? I think a lot of people probably film this way, and they want to go vertical for Reels, and they get stuck, or they're just like, they do like the little turn your phone thing, which nobody really wants. So chat, let us know, how do we do this? And in the meantime, let's go back to our lovely faces, and we are going to intro our friend Brittney and talk a little bit about who you are, what you do, what's the vibe.
Yeah, so for those of you who weren't here before, my name's Brittney Megan. I run a marketing agency, and I like to think of myself as a social media guru. So, you know, really in today's stream, we're really going to be talking about Instagram Reels. And this one, we're going to be focusing on creating educational content that is eye-catching and highly converting.
Yes, I love this. Okay, I have to do this just because. Can we see the nails? Do we have B-cam? Can we B-cam real quick? Let's see. All right, there we go. There it is. There they are. Nail cam. We had to have a moment. They're just so awesome and amazing. So chat, if you hear some extra little ASMR, little
tapping,
little tippy taps, yes, just for you. All right, chat. It looks like we didn't have any answers. Hi, chat. What's going on here? Somebody say hi. Get that chat going. We'd love to see you. So, okay, let's go ahead. Let's reveal the pop quiz. Chat is also like at least 45 seconds behind us, which is hard when we're doing pop quizzes. How do we rotate? How do we change our working area to be vertical instead of horizontal?
Of course. So we're going to go ahead, and once we're clicked into our sequence, you can head up to this tab here named Sequence and hit Sequence Settings. And over here, these numbers, 1920 by 1080, we're just going to flip them. That's literally it.
And what is a sequence?
So a sequence, I guess, how do you explain that? I guess it's like a timeline where all of the footage that you're working on is really laid out.
Cool.
Would you explain it differently?
I don't think so. I think, yeah, it's like it is a piece that could be its own final product, or it could be a piece of a larger final product. I like thinking like action movies.
Exactly.
That you're like, ooh, the car chase sequence, that could be its own sequence, but then the movie is not the sequence. So it can be a piece of something, or it can just be the final thing, which is what we're doing today.
Exactly. And you can have so many of them when you're working in larger products. Or I know in the past, like there's a pancaking method that was done in a last Premiere program.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know how to do it, but I do know what it is.
It's fun.
Yes. And Arshia is saying use the position attribute to change the orientation. I do believe that's correct.
Exactly. So
extra points to you, Arshia. Congratulations.
Perfect. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go into right here where I believe, where is it? Rotation. And
close.
I want to say that it's 90. Perfect.
Yes.
Depending, sometimes it's 270 and it throws me for a little bit of a loop and I'm upside down for a second, but it's okay. We got it sorted out. So now that we have that all kind of situated, today we're going to be doing text-based editing, which I'm really curious to know how many of you have used text-based editing before.
I have not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be fun.
It is going to be fun. It is. I am very much a like scrub through. I've got my one little headphone in, and then I'm like cut, doing all my cuts, like doing little ripple deletes and all that stuff. I'm not a video guy, and so I'm very interested when we have video streams to learn new things. So I'm excited to learn from you to up my social content.
I feel like, too, with text-based editing, a lot of people are a little nervous with it because it is like listening to the sound of your own voice. But the beauty of it is like the text-based part, the editing with that way, lets you like be able to skip through certain things you don't want to hear. Like, and I feel like if you were watching our last stream before, I was saying how confidence is not something that everyone just necessarily like has. And you're going to see me get so upset with myself while we're kind of going through this video as well, like trying to say something. It's not coming out the right way, and I'm like, oh my gosh, is this ever going to happen? So just know that it's normal to feel that way, and I think that when it comes to creating Instagram Reels, especially if you're like voice speaking to camera, just take your time and say things more than once. And thankfully for text-based editing, you can go through and delete the things you don't want to hear.
Yep, absolutely, yeah. And I've had so many of those moments that you're like, I got this, and then you're just frustrated because you're take after take after take after take.
Yep.
It's fine. And then you have all that footage, and you're able to piece together the things you need, especially using text-based editing, which is really cool.
Exactly. So, and you don't have to hear yourself stumble on things either, which is so great.
Yes.
Or wait for the random pauses, right? So if we're looking at this video, I want to just first point out that the layout of my workspace is also different, if you didn't notice, because we have all the transcription and text-based stuff going on the side, which is so much fun. And I feel like, again, this is about creating your workspace in the way that you like it. I love to kind of have it up close and in my face when it comes to seeing the text stuff over here, whereas some people prefer like a smaller little cube of their text, if that makes sense.
Oh no, yes.
Yeah,
I want to
see
see
it.
the thing that I'm doing full screen. I can't work in small little boxes.
This is also the worst still of me. So this is a judgment-free zone, guys. So instead of, I'm going to just go ahead and actually mute this so you guys don't have to hear me talk the whole time. Actually, I can't do that because then I can't do the text-based editing. So we'll go through, and first I want to point out with the text-based editing, you're going to see there's a lot of random like ... marks and brackets. So I want to point out that these are actually your pauses.
Yes.
So if you've paused.
I love that like it starts with the pause, that it's like
Yeah.
calling you out on the millennial pause. It's like, these brackets here you started, and you're like, no.
Yeah, it's like, and that's what I love about it too, because I know, like, you can just look at the sound, I guess you would call this a soundtrack down here, of all the different pauses that are happening within my clips. So, I mean, for me, I don't want to spend time looking through all of that or listening to it. So this is the first thing I normally do, is go through and literally just press delete on the pauses, and that is going to delete that portion of the video that I don't want there. So I'll go ahead and just undo that for a second and redo that. So you can see that big long pause in the beginning, just clicking those 3 dots and then delete. So simple.
That's so easy. And
I know.
that would have taken me like 7 more clicks, like in my brain.
Yeah, I know. And like the trying to figure out the right timing, like it's timed so perfectly, and like time saving is everything, especially if you're a busy business owner, a busy creative like I am.
Yes.
You don't have time to sit there wasting trying to
Yes, I'm always using the left and right arrow keys.
Yes.
And then I'm waiting for like, if I'm saying like sandwich, I'm like, and I'm like back and forth trying to find where the S sound starts.
Yes. Okay, so this one here, if I go ahead and delete this ... do you see how it kind of makes it its own line now? So just pay attention to what's going on here. It kind of separated it into its own paragraph, right? I think it's really important to note, because the first time I didn't realize it was doing that, and I thought that I kept deleting my whole paragraph.
Oh yeah, but it's just cutting it into its own zone.
It's just making it its own thing.
That's nice.
So we're going to go through and we're just going to delete all of these ... first, because the pauses, because we don't have time for those and we don't want them here. So.
And what's great here too is if you're working off of a script, or you are working with an actor, or you're trying to hit like certain talking points, this is a great way to make sure that you hit all of those talking points without having to scrub through and watch an entire video, right? It's a matter of 2 minutes reading through and comparing your notes versus 10 minutes of trying to listen to the whole thing and then read along and make sure that you're hitting all of the notes. Very easy way to like match up your content.
100%. And I would also, while you're going through, if you notice, like this is said, that's actually not what I said in the beginning. It's just, I guess I had the pronunciation of it. It picked it up that way. So you can edit the transcript as well, which I think is really important, because if you do want to add something like closed captioning to your reels, you can edit this as you're going and it kind of all flows in together, which is so nice.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Also, unrelated pro tip, if you're trying to do content and you're working off of a script, this is my pro tip. If you are a woman and you have long hair, pop in an AirPod and record yourself saying the script and play it back and just repeat it. And no one will know. They'll be like, oh my gosh, they just give like a 20-minute monologue. And you're like, I was just repeating what was in my ear, because no one can see your ears.
That's actually such a smart idea. And
Yes.
I think I'm going to use it next time.
Yes, and if you're filming outside, wear sunglasses and have somebody hold a script in front of you, because they won't be able to see your eyes reading the scripts.
It's so true. And I feel like, and again, it like comes down to like with this specifically, I actually didn't read anything. I just went off of how I would normally talk. And I think that if you're educating on a topic that you're really confident in, sometimes it just works out better that way, so it doesn't sound so scripted.
Yep. And then you can edit after the fact. You let yourself have the autonomy to just teach, and then go back and you can cut out the parts that you don't want.
Exactly. So I'm going to actually have to put my headphones on for this one so I can kind of hear what's going on as well. And I'll just kind of move this to the side so I can still hear you.
Yes, and chat, you do get to listen along with us. We're going to bring the audio back up just for you.
Perfect. So we'll go ahead and just kind of play the beginning of this video here so we can kind of hear what's going on.
So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support is the right fit for you. Give me 30.
So do you see what's happening here? Do you see the pauses that are happening in between me talking? Because I'm thinking and trying to say things. And also in the beginning of the reel here, this wasn't the word said, it was the word so. So I'm going to just go ahead and fix that now while I have it up before I forget. Because it actually says, so you're not sure. So now that we've got that.
Oh, that's interesting. So you're sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're not sure. This, I obviously forgot the N and not. So you're not sure. So we'll read that again or listen to that again now that we have
So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support is the right fit for you.
Now see this pause right here, guys. This is not something that actually was, I guess, dictated as a literal pause because I kind of was still making noise in that clip. So this is something where I'm gonna go in with that fancy old cutting tool like we talked about. And I'm gonna zoom this in a little bit more because I really like to look where what would you call that? The wave of my voice kind of ends and then comes back up.
Yes.
And try to kind of cut it right in that sweet spot so that it kind of fits and flows properly. So we'll go ahead.
Yes, and Wait Akef is saying, I'll put my headset on too for full immersion. Yes, join the live stream. Everyone, if you've got headphones, slap them on. Join us here in the ear torture zone.
So we'll go ahead and play that and see if it sounds seamless.
Give me 30 seconds.
See that quick little snappy edit as well where I was able to finish what I was saying, but it jumps right into the next thing. So there's not that awkward pause of me going, let me remember what I'm trying to say.
Yes, which is so out of social media that like any breathing, like you should, like people don't want to hear you breathe ever, which is very difficult because you're like, I breathe. But it is nice with text-based editing when you have those pauses that you need to take a second to like recollect a thought that you can just go through and cut those back out.
Exactly. It's kind of like if you go to a concert from your favorite singer and you hear them breathing into the mic the whole time, it's the same effect.
Yes,
right?
That kills me. And then the finger slide on an acoustic guitar was like, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I'm like, oh no. Okay, so now this has broken it up a little bit. See, it's broken that paragraph up so I can really see what's going on here. So I'm just going to read it to myself and make sure that this makes sense. So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support, so we'll fix that. And again, I would fix this as you go because it's going to make your life so much easier, trust me.
Yep, and a lot of this, we're talking about text-based editing. We are editing with the text, but we also are doing this so that we can have closed captioning, we can make the video more accessible, we can put some fun captions on there. All of this is usable within the video outside of us just using it to like cut stuff out. So it is important to have the transcript here actually match what you are saying.
Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead
and while we go through that real quick, chat, I do have a question for you. I want to know how you create your social videos. I know a lot of people use a lot of different things to create social video. So if you'd like to join us, you can join us in the poll over on YouTube. Our moderator, Wade, is going to be dropping a link to the YouTube poll. And I want to know, do you create social video in Premiere Pro? Do you use Adobe Express? Or are you creating it in After Effects? Big question mark over there. I use After Effects for video. I'm sorry, I know it's not the right place, but let us know what you are doing over in that YouTube poll. We'd love to see it. I'll let it run for a little while, and then I'll bring back the results to you in just a minute. All right, back into text-based editing.
Okay, so right here you can see, you see how I said this? On the other hand, if you're somebody who has, and then I stopped. It just ended in an awkward spot, and then I restarted it because I didn't actually like the way that it was coming out as I was speaking that. So I'm going to go ahead and literally just delete that. Like, we don't need it there. It's okay. And then going into that next paragraph. So I'm just going to read through this and continue editing away.
And what's nice too about text-based editing is you don't have to like find the places where you know you messed up. And I think a lot of people have gotten in the habit of like past times of doing the like a clap. If you don't know this in video, a lot of times they have the clapboard that like marks the in and marks the out. Is as I'd be recording, I would mess up and I'd take a breath and then I'd clap and go into the next take. And this allows you that if you see a bunch of gibberish, you can just text-based edit out whatever is in front of that. Because I know whenever I mess up, I'm like, oh man, I can't believe I messed up. Like, okay, or I'll do like blah, 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 blah. And it will pick all that up, and then you can just cut it without having to do clap markers to look on the audio where it spikes. You can just look at the actual text that's happening.
I love that.
And thank you, Wade. Yes, the YouTube poll is live. Everybody go vote. We want to know how you create your social content.
Okay, we're going to give this first little bit a listen and see how it's coming along. The little fast track of me
I love the
talking.
fast track.
So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support is the right fit for you? Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to break them both down and let's talk about what's the better fit for your business.
So see that big breath? That's a no for me.
That's
That's a no for me. So I'm just going to go back and see exactly where that was. See that breath right there? And you can, sometimes watching, like you can't see it in the text-based portion, but if you're just watching what's going on here in the video, it's easy to kind of pinpoint where you would want to cut that as well.
Yep. And I think that it's interesting that it picks up some, it doesn't pick up others, but being able to watch and then being able to know how to cut out those breaths. And I think that there are times, right, that maybe if this wasn't for social media, it was a little more of a long form, those breaths would be fine. But we're going for something with social media that wants to be snappy.
Exactly.
And what is your take on, like, why would we edit out these breaths for social media versus like a long form video just leaving them in?
I mean, I think you can lose somebody's attention in seconds. And little things, I want to say, like breathing, as weird as that sounds, like we don't get annoyed when we hear people breathe in real life. But when you're listening to an audio, especially a lot of people, you know, are multitasking when they're watching content, they're doing other things. So you want to make sure that everything that you're doing is kind of keeping their attention engaged the entire time. For me, those breaths are just, I'm losing them in those little couple of seconds. So why keep them, right?
Yep, absolutely. And I think it goes with the trend that we see, like Mr. Beast does it and a lot of other people, to where it's not captions, it's like one word captions that go right through because they're trying to really hook you in to like every little detail.
And that's actually something that I was going to say too, because when you are adding closed captions, I think a lot of people make the mistake of just putting whatever they're saying on the screen as a closed caption, when in reality, number one, all of these platforms actually auto-generate the word for word captions as something that's available already. So if you can keep things a little bit more engaging by picking keywords, that's the keyword there, keywords, no pun intended, and making sure that when you are kind of adding text on screen, the words that you're using are things that are going to really help the audience resonate with what it is that you're trying to say. That's kind of like the sweet spot.
We love finding the sweet spot.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to listen to this part.
If you're somebody,
So see that breath?
business. If you're somebody,
It just allowed me to finish saying the word business, but then move right into the next thing. Snappy.
Yes,
for your
so
business.
snappy.
If you're somebody,
Perfect. So I'm going to keep going through.
And chat, it looks like we are voting on the poll. A lot of people some people are saying After Effects. The majority are saying Premiere Pro, which is probably the right answer here, but I am curious if anyone uses other tools. Adobe Express, a really great tool as well. If you haven't used it, go give it a try, express.adobe.com. It is included in your Creative Cloud membership.
And we're going to play around with that after too, so that's fun.
somebody who runs a business brand, you struggle with having a skill set in content creation and social media management, you don't have the time to pour into your business, and you lack consistency when it comes to your social strategy, social media management is going to be for you. On the other hand, if you're somebody who
Oh, there was a cut on a...
Right.
Yep.
Okay, let me see.
So right there, it seemed like maybe we said something wrong in the script, or we fumbled on a word or something, and we probably took out part of that, and then it still kept part of that in the script for us.
Exactly. So let's hear.
For you. On the other hand, if you're somebody who has
Okay, so there's that one little spot. So where is that?
On the other hand, I do believe that we could search for it in the little bar. Let's see what happens. Right there.
Okay, so.
Is that it? I don't think that's it.
No, and that's why I'm looking, because where is that coming from is my question. So this is why AI is amazing, but you still need to do the work on your end, because you could just go through text-based editing and miss something like this, right?
Yes.
And you lack consistency when it comes to your social strategy, social media management is going to be for you. On the other hand, if you're...
Okay, I think this is where it is right here, so we're going to cut that piece out. Again, that breath. Okay. I think these are it right here that we're going to remove, and let's see what happens. And it did remove something there, so I must just not have been seeing it.
Social media management is going to be for you. On the other hand, if content creation comes naturally to you, you love pouring your time into creating high quality, highly engaging content, and you really just need a fresh set of eyes on your social strategy, but don't mind implementing things yourself, social media strategy support is going to be for you.
Ooh, so the one-take queen.
We love that for me. But like, also it's so funny because we were talking about this in the last stream, but like confidence, it's funny because you're seeing that and I'm seeing like, oh, I could have did that better. You know what I mean? Like, it's imposter syndrome. And that's why I always say to like any of our community members and clients, like, don't like hold yourself back by always trying to be perfect. There's like, you know, that part of me that always wants to go back and re-record, but if that was the case, I would never get anything out. So we're going to remove that breath there as well.
For you.
That little tiny breath. Okay.
I have very big breaths, and then I also do a lot of on like weird words that don't need that, I have like a really hard pronunciation. I'm like, that T didn't need to be like
so extra.
Yes.
That's me. Okay. Another little breath here. We can get rid of that.
Bye-bye.
See?
And I do believe there are some tools to remove filler words, that if you're saying like and there's some tools that help you remove those filler words. You are not an and or person. You got it on lock.
I'm more of a like person. You'll hear the word like.
Yes.
Or on the other hand, I think if we were to count the amount of times I said that in today's streams, we'd probably have a world record. Okay.
So is this something that we'd make for TikTok? Is it something we're making for Reels? Or is it for both?
It could go both.
Do you take a different approach to either one?
Yes and no. Like for educational content like this, not really. Like I'll put it in both places. But there is something to be said about people don't want to see the same thing necessarily in all the places. Like it is important to kind of customize your social strategies to each individual platform. And we know like Instagram is a platform that would care about, you know, aesthetics, whereas TikTok is something that you can get away with showing up with your pajamas if you wanted to.
Yes.
Like it's okay to do that.
Yes. And sometimes better. Sometimes the more authenticity, especially on TikTok, is better than some of the other platforms. Being able to just show up and be like, hey, here I am. And I think there are a lot of creators too that have like the two accounts, that one is them just like in bed in their pajamas and one is like the polished version of whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I love that as a platform, you can kind of do both there on TikTok.
Exactly. I'm curious to know, are you team Instagram or team TikTok? Is that a thing?
Ooh,
Can we
chat.
ask that?
Yes, we have a new poll that will be going up. And it looks like everyone is creating in Premiere Pro. Great job. Y'all are doing great. I am going to put a new poll up of where do you create your social content? Create social content. And let's say we have Reels, we have Shorts, we have TikToks? They're just called TikToks, right?
Yeah, they're just called TikToks.
Ooh, and then we have threads. I'm putting threads in there just because. All right, chat. We need a little representation there. Chat, where do you create your social content? Are we on Reels? Are we on Shorts? Are we on TikToks? Or are we doing threads? Go and vote in our poll over on YouTube. Our moderator Wade will drop that link for us right there.
I love it. So this I wanted to show you guys. So I can tell, like, I feel like it's important to, whenever you do have content that maybe is a series or something you post all the time, to have like your sign off for. So for me, it's always, here's to elevating businesses and building iconic brands, stay social. So I know where to look for that when I'm looking through the transcript, because over here, these things, I'm actually just hyping myself up at the end. Perfect. Well done.
Perfect. Yes.
So it's funny to see that, but I did want to point that out because it does kind of, again, make things a little bit easier when you are editing if you know what you're looking for, because you have certain habits or routines or taglines in place that you use all the time.
And it looks like we did have, I'm looking at the poll, we actually had the second place was After Effects. 20% of the audience uses After Effects. That's so interesting. That some of you are in there.
I find it so funny, and I've never used After Effects for my videos. It's always Premiere and Express.
Yes.
Always.
Also, I love that we zoomed out and you can see all the cuts that it made.
Yeah.
That it really has made a difference just going through and using that text-based editing.
Exactly. So now that I've kind of gone through, and I feel like I could try to keep going through text-based editing and reading this, but honestly, like, I think I just need to hear the flow of things and which lines and the way that I say it that I love best.
Yes.
So you can see, like, over here, there's a couple of different times that I said basically the same thing, but I tweaked a word or two. And I actually can't tell by looking at the transcript if that's something that I would want to keep or get rid of, because I can't hear the tone. I can't hear, you know, the expression that's coming out of my voice as I'm saying it. So this is where I normally like to go in and really take a closer look and listen to what I'm actually saying. So this is where we're going to actually listen a little bit.
Cool.
So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support is the right fit for you? Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to break them both down and let's talk about what's the better fit for your business. If you're somebody who runs a business brand, you struggle with having a skill set in content creation and social media management, you don't have the time to pour into your business, and you lack consistency when it comes to your social strategy, social media management is going to be for you. On the other hand, if content creation comes
That was a great
naturally
little
to you,
snappy moment.
you love pouring your time into creating high quality, highly engaging content, and you really...
So that space just felt like I paused too much. So I'm going to actually zoom in and just take a closer look at the audio waves and kind of see what that looks like, and if I can kind of delete that little bit of dead air there.
Yeah, and it is nice to have a visual representation where you see it go all the way down and then come back up.
Mm-hmm.
Usually that's a break or a pause or a breath that we don't want to have in there.
Exactly.
You want to keep those lines going up and down pretty high consistently.
Exactly. So I'm even muted right now so that I can kind of see what's going on without actually making you guys having to listen to that on repeat.
yourself.
It's that breath. See it?
Yep.
You can just see the little dip in the wave here.
Good old little cuts.
Mm-hmm. All the little ones that make the biggest difference, though.
Managing things yourself. Social media
See that difference?
Yep.
It was so
going to be
good.
for you.
Keep it snappy here.
Exactly. The word of the day.
Which of these sounds more like you? For the most part, and
See that? That was a little break there that we need to get rid of.
sounds more like you. For the most part, and if you're
So where is that connecting? And this is where I like to go back into the transcript and see where I said that, because I think sometimes it's easier to read through it and just double check, even though you're listening, like how it's sounding when it's laid out this way as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting workflow, and I feel like I do a lot of video content that is long-form educational content
Yeah.
that this would be so helpful for, that I'll record hour-long videos, and I can go in here and just start kicking out all the pieces that I don't want, the breaths, the pauses, all that stuff.
Exactly.
And then condense it down so that it's not like, oh, you're watching an hour video. You're watching a 50-minute video because there was 10 minutes in there of stuff that I didn't need to have.
Exactly. And like, this is something else to note too. If you look at your little time markers here, they correlate with the transcript. So if you're trying to figure out where you are.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And sometimes that's why I'm like, I scroll back and through a lot, but I don't want you guys to get confused because I'm not looking for what I'm saying. I'm just looking at the flow, but also just correlating them both together. So this is around 44 seconds, so I know it's right in this spot right here. See that spot where I said, for the most part, and then I just completely changed my topic.
For the most part, ...
Yeah.
Okay. Report is going to be for you. My question is, which of these sounds more like you for the most part and...
For the most part, and...
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense, right?
For the most part, and if you're somebody...
Okay.
Interesting.
Most part, and if you're somebody who...
So it's this for the most part I need to get rid of. I think that makes the most sense.
Yep.
And then let's see how it flows. Okay.
like you, and if you're...
It doesn't work. So this is where I feel like I get a little bit picky with the way that I've said things, and then I start cutting out extra things. Okay, I'm going to give that a listen one more time and see what I can pull from here.
Yourself, social media strategy support is going to be for you. My question is, which of these sounds more like you?
So that's where I can kind of end that there. Which of these sounds more like you? And then let's see if I want to even add this in here.
You. And if you're somebody who is building a personal brand, strategy is going to be the best option for you. This is the way.
So this doesn't make sense based on what I'm saying.
Yeah, it seemed like a hard cut, and then asked a question and then went into another thought.
I was rambling. Let's be honest, I was rambling.
We love a good ramble. If you want more rambling, stick around. 1 p.m. in just 30 minutes. Adobe Office Hours is starting with myself and Nick Longo, and we're going to ramble at you for an hour. It's going to be really fun. We're doing the top 10 creative tips from Adobe Live this week, recapping everything that we've talked about, and having a bunch of special guests. So make sure you stick around and tune in for that stream as well.
Okay, so let's hear now that I've removed that, how this is sounding.
Every case is you. Sounds more like you, and
that and doesn't want to leave.
That and is iconic.
More like you, but every case is you.
Oh,
so
yeah,
this is
that feels a lot better.
And we can actually take out, even though I did remove that but there, the timing was just not lining up the best. So I'm going to go and just, again, look at my mouth so we can kind of figure out where I want to cut this. Let's see here.
Every case is you.
Okay, so I feel like that could flow. Let's see.
Which of these sounds more like you? Every case is unique.
Perfect.
And if you're struggling still to see which might be the better option and fit for you and your business, you're going to want to comment grow below, and let's jump on a strategy call.
See, I didn't like what I was saying here, and you can see that's where I ended what I was saying. Like, it was just a hard, you could just see it's coming to a hard end. There's no way I'm finishing that sentence there.
Yes.
Okay.
It just very quickly goes downhill, and you're like, I'm saying words because I know I need to land the plane, but it's not going anywhere.
Not
so
happening.
We're just gonna pull the eject button.
Okay, so we're gonna say, where is this? Which sounds more like you? You're gonna want to comment grow below. So we'll leave that at, we're gonna want to comment grow below, and we'll delete all of this because I know it's not working, and then we'll go right into kind of the end of this reel. Let's see. I don't like any of this. I can already tell. And this is, again, text-based editing, why I love it. Because look how speedy I'm going through this.
Yep, and Darlene is saying it's been a learning curve, but all this has been so informative and learning a lot. Thanks so much, Darlene, for joining us here on Adobe Live. Good to see you. A new name for me. So thanks for watching. Hopefully you've been watching other shows. If you've learned other things, let us know in the chat. And Arshia saying after this stream, yes, immediately following the stream, 30 minutes, 25 minutes, Adobe Office Hours will be coming up.
Okay, so I think I'm going to end it with Here's to elevating businesses and
We're killing a lot of content here.
Yeah, and look at the time just going down as well. Okay, so let's give this a listen from the start. We're at about a minute and 2 seconds, which isn't actually bad for an educational reel to be around a minute.
Yep.
We're delivering value here, so that's anywhere between 15 seconds, which is on the lower end, to a minute. You're probably safe with. I wouldn't ever really go over a minute.
Cool.
So we'll give that a listen.
Let's give it a shot. Everybody grab some popcorn and let's learn for 1 minute.
I'm excited.
So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support is the right fit for you. Give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna break them both down and let's talk about what's the better fit for your business. If you're somebody who runs a business brand, you struggle with having a skill set in content creation and social media management, you don't have the time to pour into your business, and you lack consistency when it comes to your social strategy, social media management is gonna be for you. On the other hand,
So that little
There's a little breath.
was tiny, but
Little.
exactly. And you can see it right there. Do you guys see it?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that visually you can see the little full drop off. And we got about 20 minutes left in the stream chat. So if you have suggestions, if you have feedback for us, if you have questions, go ahead and drop them in chat. I do believe we're going to get into Adobe Express a little bit as well, right?
Exactly.
Cool.
That's like the icing on the cake for me.
Love it.
for you. On the other hand,
See, that just removed that breath perfectly.
it's gonna be for you. On the other
A little bit on this one, and then it'll be perfect. Okay.
On the other hand, if content creation comes naturally to you, you love pouring your time into creating high quality, highly engaging content, and you really just need a fresh set of eyes on your social strategy, but don't mind implementing things yourself, social media strategy support is going to be for you. My question is, which of these sounds more like you? Every case is unique, and if you're struggling still to see which might be the better option and fit for you and your business, you're gonna wanna comment grow below. Here's to
Oh, there was a weird like double
a
jump
little
there.
something.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, there's a clip in there.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see it. Look at you.
Secret little clip.
This is why I need you in my life.
below. Here,
See, that breath though wasn't doing the video justice.
comment grow below.
And this is where I mean, if I was recording, I would have re-recorded that clip to make it a little bit more seamless,
Yeah.
but working with what we have, so.
And fit for you
Let me see, actually. And delete that little space, too.
below. Here's to elevating businesses and building iconic brands. Stay social.
Yay.
Perfect.
That was
So we got
great.
our video.
Cool.
I would be a little pickier, but for the essence of time, we're not going to be picky today, and we're going
Yes.
to export this, and we're going to bring it into Express.
Let's do it. So exporting, we hit the little share button
Mm-hmm.
and then we go right there. This is actually a newer workflow. It used to be much more complicated. There were way more options. Now that share button right there, super easy to get things started.
And I love it. Honestly, I said this in the last stream too. I am not a videographer. I'm not an editor by nature. I'm just somebody who wants to post social media content.
Yes.
So this is easy for everybody. And I think that when you get into Premiere, a lot of people get overwhelmed by, the way that you can organize the workspace. And I want to say I was too. There's so many amazing videos that you can watch even from past streams that show all the different ways that you can organize your workspace. And even this looks so different than the one before, but like you really can pull things around however makes sense for you and organize, I guess, your workspace to match however you love to creatively flow through your process.
Cool. So we have about 15 minutes left in chat. This is actually great because we're going to show you how easy and quick it is to use Adobe Express. If you haven't used it before, express.adobe.com, it is included in your Creative Cloud membership. Super easy drag and drop solution for you to create social content and more. So let's hop in. We've exported our video out of Premiere Pro. Now what are we going to do to that video?
Perfect. So when you hop into Adobe Express, this is where you're going to want to prep your brand kit and your assets if you have colors that you use or text fonts that you use that are outside of the ones that Adobe offers, you want to upload those and kind of get your brand kit set up so that it's easy to kind of plug and play. So I'll just show you, for example, this is my business's brand kit here. So you see we have all of our logos ready to go, any of the graphics that we use, our entire color palette, which is extra, just like I am in pink, and even our fonts. So we'll go back and we're going to go ahead and open a new project, and we're going to create an Instagram reel. So we can go ahead and even type in reel, and it's going to give you the exact sizing that you need to make this perfect to upload to Instagram.
Interesting. So there are a lot of presets in there. Even if you are using other social media, there's probably a preset for it to get you started.
100%. So I'm going to go ahead and just drag and drop my video right in there, and look, it's just
boom.
It was
like I
seamless.
said, drag and drop solutions, so easy. And RCS says love the colors. Yes, they're really good colors.
I love them. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and, again, we're talking about adding text on screen. So if I go into the Your Stuff folder here, you can actually see if I go to Brands and Libraries, should pop up with socials and stilettos, and look, all of this stuff is here and ready for me to use, which is so exciting. So if I was to, want to use these fonts or colors or whatever, they're easily accessible. So I'm going to go ahead and add a text box to start, and by dropping this down, you can actually see my brand fonts are all here and they're ready to go. And this is why I love Adobe Express, because you really can set things up so that it's just plug and play. And we don't have a lot of time left in this stream, but you're going to see how quickly this comes together, which is so nice.
Yes, and we got about 15 minutes, so we got some time.
Perfect. So we're going to go ahead and I'm just going to play around and see which fonts, feel the best. For me, I love to use these more creative fonts in our brand palette, but I also know that they're hard to read sometimes. So I think, again, if you're thinking about legibility and you want people to be able to read your reels and kind of see that text on screen, you want to make sure that you're choosing a font that people are going to read. So none of those, decorative fonts, or if you're using something that's like too scripty, it can be a little hard for people to follow along with. So
yes, and Catherine asking, is the transcript in Express also? It is not. So it doesn't come along with the video there. We would want to add the captions if we were going to in Premiere Pro. It'd be a little bit easier over there.
100%. So for this, I'm going to go ahead and just title this reel. I'm going to say social media strategy versus management. Let's just keep it simple.
A battle.
Strategy. Okay, I had to make sure I was spelling that right. Management?
Yes.
Okay, right. Sometimes these fonts throw me off when I'm trying to read a word, and I'm like, is that the right word?
Yes, that is correct.
Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and for this, I really want strategy and management to... This is social strategy. So we're going to go social media. There we go. Strategy versus management. So I really wanted strategy versus management to be all on the same line to, again, really showcase those side by side, like we're comparing this in this reel. And I think it's important to think about when you are bringing these creative elements in on how they're going to refer back to what you're talking about. So this is really a comparison video, which is why I want to have those side by side like that.
Cool.
Okay, so we're going to go down over here to shape. I love this feature.
Yes, these are really
much.
easy, fun effects to add something special to your reels or your posts or your social content without having to, if you're not a designer, it's super easy to just click around and find something that's nice for you.
And that's exactly why I love it, because I'm not a designer. This is not my forte, but Express is amazing for everybody. So I feel like you don't have to be super experienced in order to create something in here that looks really elevated and works for you.
Easy peasy.
Okay, so let's go back. I don't like this yellow. That's not my brand color.
But your brand colors are right there.
Exactly. So within the click of a button, really. So I feel like if I'm looking at the pinks, because I'm wearing pink, it doesn't really stand out. So I'm going to choose this pretty cream beige color. And I'm actually going to go to the text and I'm going to do something to make this stand out a little bit more. So maybe do the darker pink
Hot
up
pink.
here. And then maybe the verses we'll do a dark pink too, so that you kind of see the separation. I don't like it now that I've seen it.
She agrees. Pink, pink, pink. Yes.
Okay, we're going to take that back to orange. And we'll go ahead and just increase the size a little bit. So Now, I will say this. You want to be careful with the placement of your text, because don't forget that when you're scrolling through your feed on Instagram, if you're posting this to Instagram, it's going to get cut off. So you don't want this to be too low or too high. You kind of want to aim as if you were to imagine that this was a square, that your text would fit within that space.
Yep, and even if you're doing a TikTok, you're gonna have navigation on the side, and you need to think of the stuff that's going on top of it and the way it's going to crop, not necessarily where it looks best, because sometimes what looks best is actually the least functional.
Exactly. Okay, so now that we have our kind of title headline in there, I want to show you this because this is so unique for Adobe Express, and I feel like a lot there, like you won't find this anywhere else, which is why I love it, is the layer timing. And normally, like if you want to add, you know, custom text on screen like this, you don't have the option to kind of have things pop up at different times. Whereas in Adobe Express, that is an option. So if I was to just click my title as a layer, I can actually adjust how long I want this showing on the video for, which is so cool. So I don't want this on there very long, probably just the first little bit. So let's see where that kind of leaves it to.
So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support is the right fit for you.
So I would probably leave it right to there.
So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support is the right fit for you. Give me 30 seconds.
So where that kind of popped off was right around the proper
Is
point.
the right fit for you. Give me 30.
Maybe
yeah.
a little bit longer. That's the perfectionist in me. Let me see.
Strategy support is the right fit for you.
And if I just pause my cursor there, I can actually drag this to where I paused.
Yep.
So the
and it will
space bar.
lock. Yeah,
exactly.
it will lock right into where that is. So that's great. If you find a spot, hit spacebar to pause it, spacebar to start it and stop it, and then you can drag the timing out right to that.
Exactly. So I'm gonna like play around with this a little bit, and maybe I want to have one of my icons just popping out the side. So I'll choose this darker fuchsia one because I think it's gonna pop, and maybe just position it on the side here.
Ooh, I love a little like side pop out, like a little off the edge. Yeah.
And I feel like one thing that I love about doing like something like this is it's kind of like adding a watermark on your videos in the sense that like people know this is my content, and I love that it's not in an obnoxious way where it kind of takes up the whole screen. It's just popping out the side like a little peekaboo moment.
So, hello.
Yeah. And something else that's really fun is the animations. So I love taking this and I'll do something like a spin and just have it kind of popping around the corner.
And you can change the intensity, you can change the speed, you can change the personality of how it spins, how it pops, how it slides. There are a lot of options there for you to work with.
I love this. So,
and even the direction.
do you think we prefer smooth or strong?
I think smooth is nice. I like smooth on pretty much all the settings.
It just kind of creates that like effortless flow to everything, right? And that's something I think I'd want my icon there the whole time. So again, if I'm holding that layer down, you're going to see it's there for the duration of this entire video, which is so great. Okay, so let's add some more text. Now, right around where I was talking about social media management, I think I would love to add something that bullet points kind of those I guess points and the things that I had mentioned. So we'll go management just for keeping it simple. And again, we don't want it to be too words heavy because I think when it gets too text heavy or words heavy, people don't follow along with what you're saying. So just those key points, right? So I'm going to go back down to shape and I'm going to add a background on this because it's really going to help it pop. And this time, maybe what I'll do is, do you guys think square or this oval?
I like the oval.
Okay, let's do it.
It feels more bubbly and fun. On brand with the personality.
Okay, so let me go back and I'll take that yellow away as well because we don't like that. We'll keep it with this light cream color. You can also adjust the sizing as well, which is nice.
Oh yeah, so there are a lot of sliders and a lot of options in Adobe Express. If you're ever working on something, scroll down, use all the sliders, click all the buttons just to see what they do. It's better to understand how to use the tools, and then you can use that to your advantage when you actually need that tool. You understand how it works.
I love that. And I feel like if you go even back into Premiere Pro for a second, you can go back up where I was actually talking about social media management and just look for the key points in here.
Yep.
So.
Oh, that's true. You can read the transcript and use that as a help to get the content that you want onto your reel, onto the cover as well.
Exactly. So we'll put here, runs a business. And we'll shrink this down a little bit because it's not the right sizing I want for that. Okay, so I'll put, if you're somebody who runs a business brand, that was the first point that I said. And going back, I love doing this because I get tired of hearing myself talk.
Yes, I am the same way. I never watch any of my live streams. I hate watching my videos, but this is a great way to keep that and not have to listen to yourself a whole bunch. And especially, this is a minute of content. Imagine that we're working with an hour of content or something longer. It gets kind of old really fast.
Okay, so I'm gonna shrink this down a little bit more. I really want to aim to like have things almost on the same line, and I don't know if it's gonna work or not. We're gonna see.
And we've got only 3 or 4 minutes left, so we're almost wrapping up here, and I think that we're getting to a good point, a good position with this piece. My goodness, my words all came together at the same time.
I think I will say too, like again, if we're playing around with that layering, like we really look for that kind of. See how you can see where it just ended? So
yes.
I'll just pop it through right there. And again, I think it's like just playing around with this and figuring out what works best for you and the flow that you want to have with these videos. But for me, I love kind of having these texts that like pop up and they kind of get the point across in the most like, again, those key point ways.
Yes,
So
yes. And it makes it so that you don't have to communicate everything. You can kind of pick and choose what you're communicating.
Exactly. So we'll give that a little watch. I don't think we'll have time to finish the whole thing, but you guys hopefully get the gist of it.
So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support is the right fit for you. Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to break them both down.
So see, I want to extend that over just a little bit more. We'll see
Your
where
business.
this is where I'll start it right there.
So you're not sure if social media management or social media strategy support is the right fit for you. Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to break them both down and let's talk about what's the better fit for your business. If you're somebody who runs a
Right? Isn't this flow nice?
Yes.
business brand, you struggle with having a skill set in content creation and social media management, you don't have the time to pour into your business.
We'll add that. You don't have the time.
And the breaths having things gone and being able to like have those little pop-ups in there and have the logo on the screen, it feels so produced and so like high quality. And again, we've done that in 5 minutes.
100%. And I feel like if you're just looking at this on any platform, you're going to be so in love with the fact that it's different and it's not your typical standard Instagram fonts that you're going to find there, but you can really see that this is personalized to my business and my brand, and you can have fun with that and really make it your own as well.
Yep, I agree. So let's recap. We got about 3 minutes left. Let's recap, start to finish. What did we do today? Where did we go? What tools do we use? And let's do a little quiz. How did we start out our stream? And that was turning our footage onto its side. And we just used the, I believe, rotation element in Premiere Pro, right?
So there's kind of two steps to that. I will say, like, if you're just stepping right into rotation, you're still going to have your sequence on that vertical side. So it's just a clip that's rotating, but things are going to still be this way. So first thing you're going to do is go into your sequence settings and change the frame size to be 1080 by 1920, and that's the right size for Instagram, Reels, or TikTok. So we're just going to rotate that. I think you can also maybe, so it's saying vertical 9:16, so that's the right format there. Once you have that, then you're going to go into effect controls.
Yes.
So if you don't see this, I will say this for people that, you know, are like me and they didn't really know where to find this. If you go into window, you just make sure it's checked off and then it'll pop up on your side for you.
And the effect controls only work on the clip that you have selected.
Exactly.
So you need to make sure that you select all your clips or you select the clip that you're using, and then those effect controls will only affect what is selected. It won't go for the whole thing if it's not selected.
And then what we're going to do is just hit rotation and then turn it to wherever you like.
And once we did that, then we went in and what did we do with text-based editing?
Yes, so text-based editing, we went through, we removed all those random pauses and breaks. We took out anything that we didn't want to be the meat and potatoes of our reel and really streamlined what was being said through the reel, and then tightened things up a little bit more by just adjusting the timing of things in the actual sequence editor, I'll call it right here.
So we had everything edited. We did all of our edits here in Premiere Pro, and then we went and how did we export this?
Yes, so we hit the little share, it's like a little share button right here, and that's a quick export button, which I love because we're all about quick and easy.
Yes.
And then just hit export, and then just brought it from our
Adobe
download.
Express.
Exactly.
And then we added those elements, we added the animation, and now we have some great social content. So thanks so much for joining us. Make sure you stick around. Any advice to our friends watching who are creating social content?
Yeah, I think have fun with it and always try to be outside the box. Like done is better than perfect, I think is the theme for this one.
Yes, I agree. So stick around. Office Hours is coming up next in 5 minutes. Nick and I are giving you the top 10 tips from Adobe Live this week, and I will see you there. Bye, everybody. Office hours in the studio. We're in the studio, everybody. I'm coming at you live. Hi. Welcome to office hours.
Finally, number 2.
We did it.
In live.
Number 2
There we
in live
go,
in the
yeah.
studio. Hi, everyone.
What is
Welcome
up?
to Adobe Office Hours. I'm Andrew Hockrattle.
I'm Nick Longo.
And this is Adobe Office Hours. We said that at least 10 times already on the stream.
Look at everybody.
How's
What's up?
everybody doing? Hi, Elizabeth. Jack is here. Wade, our fearless moderator. So good to see you. Nick, if people have not watched Adobe Office Hours before, if
Where
they're
have they
just tuning
been?
in, what is this show?
I don't even know how to describe it. Each week it just gets crazier and crazier.
It's true. So
But
if
it is your once a week update on everything that's happening with Creative Cloud,
Yes.
Adobe Live, you
Yes.
name it.
Yep. So it's like a creative vegan goulash. Is goulash? A goulash would be vegan,
Succotash.
right? Succotash, yeah.
Succotash.
A little ratatouille, if you will. A little mix-up of everything. So today, we are covering the top 10 tips from...
What is happening?
Top 10 tips from Adobe Live this week. Chat, we want to know, how was your week? What did you do? Nick, what did you do this week? Anything creative? Anything inspiring?
Trying to think. I've set up all my stuff for my class next week. We start next week in school.
Okay.
So we set up that, had a few good client meetings and things like that, and now here in San Francisco.
Fun. So, chat,
great
we
day.
might have some special guests during the show. I've sent out to the entire Adobe Live team, because we are in the studio, for them to come by. So if we see a new face, just welcome them on stream. What emoji do we want for new faces?
Ooh, spotlight?
Spotlight, yes. If
Yeah.
there is a spotlight or like a searchlight in chat,
That would be cool.
give us a spotlight or a searchlight and we'll bring them on. All right, so
Wonderful.
here are the top 10 things that we are going to be covering today. Number 1, Nicholas.
Yo.
What are you talking about?
I believe it's roughen and
Yes.
that kind of stuff.
So we're going to do the roughen
Yep.
tool. Then we're going to do some brand kits in Illustrator and Adobe Express. We're going to talk about Jimmy Bryant. We are going to show some Photoshop brush settings to help you
Nice.
get a little bit more advanced with Photoshop. We are going to talk about Jesus Ramirez, the one and only. We love him from Photoshop Training Channel. We are going to do the mockup tool in Illustrator, the color tool in Illustrator, and learn about layer clipping.
Clipping. Take a breath.
See you guys. We're learning about layer clipping
Hey,
in
we're back.
Photoshop. And Nick, what do all of these top tips have in common? Where did they come from? Where are we pulling this content from?
The week of Adobe Live.
Yes, so this week at Adobe Live, again, we're live every single day from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And this show is here to help you recap if you missed something. So I will call out the live streams that we covered as we go and show these tools. Wade, Acuff, I'm going to send you... I'm gonna send you the list.
It's coming.
And you are going to be on a scavenger hunt for the streams that happened this week so people can plug them in. First thing that happened is Sundance actually happened this week.
Yeah, and Adobe made a big presence there.
Yes, Adobe was live at Sundance. If any of you watched that or caught that content, there's some great interviews. I love having a pen. It feels very office hours to have a pen to point
it's
at
very
stuff.
newscaster, almost weatherman.
Yes, we
Yeah.
need some papers to stack. So if you missed it, it was a great time at Sundance. We had a lot of awesome content. You can watch that content at the Adobe Live YouTube channel, which you can subscribe to right there. Our studio manager has a graphic. I know it is. There it is, right there. And Paco's here.
Hey!
All right, our first guest. Come
first
on
guest.
in, Paco.
Dude, it's like our first real live guest.
First
First guest.
Everybody, welcome
Pull
the
the chair.
first real live guest to Adobe Office Hours. Our studio manager, Paco.
It's an honor to be here.
Paco, can you tell us a little bit, what do you do to stay creative?
What do? I go outside.
Okay.
We're indoors all the time.
I would never
staring
get
at
that impression
screens.
from your Instagram feed.
Yeah, never. I do not live outdoors at all. So
Yes,
I'll get
and-
close to the mic in case it can't sound.
And you like to do photography, right?
Do photography, like to do video stuff, but yeah, sometimes you just got to put that screen down and go to the great outdoors.
Yes. Okay, where can people...
Inspo everywhere.
Inspo
Yes.
everywhere. Where can people find you if they want more Paco?
Yes. You can do my
Morepaco.com.
Instagram at Paco_Siller. Do a lot of photo, do a lot of video content. Come play in the outdoors with me. It's fun stuff.
Come hang out. Thank you so much for joining us. Also, if you see anyone else from the team out there, please send them into the studio.
Yes.
Thanh you. All right. So all of those
It
things.
really feels like a talk show now.
It feels like a talk show. I love it. So we are going to be covering the top 10 tips from the week. Again, there's a ton of content out there for Sundance. We were there live. Paco was actually there. So go ahead and tune in. Hey, Fergie.
Fergie, what's up?
Nice to see you. All right, let's hop into our first top tip of the day from Adobe Live, the week of January, whenever Monday was. Nick is taking away an Illustrator from a stream that was all about creating a hand-drawn look.
There we go. All right, let's have some fun. I'm going to start with some text. So, are we on? There we go.
Oh, we're on.
Look at that. Hey, look at this new font. Pretty cool. I like it. So, the idea here is to kind of give us a roughen, hand-drawn effect with almost anything. And I'm going to use this. I picked this font that's actually quite, what would you call it, modern, techie, you know, because it says nothing but sharpness and kind of like nothing unique or rough about it. So all I'm going to do is take a, ooh, that looks cool. Look at that. Ooh, we're getting this is the stuff we don't get on normal office hour days. So immediately I'm just going to do a quick create a path and outline there. And now you can see here when I look into the yellow, hey, we got more guests.
Hello, we got another guest in the studio. Are we live on Behance?
We can check.
Okay.
You want to do the intro?
I don't know. Let's see.
Pause.
We're for sure live on YouTube. I know that much is true. So, all right, Claire. Hello, welcome to the show.
Welcome everybody, Claire.
Nice to see you. This is Claire.
I'm Claire.
Claire, tell us about you. Here, I'll come over here. Claire, tell us about you. You take that seat.
All right.
What do you do? Who are you? And welcome to Adobe Office Hours.
Thank you for having me, Andrew and Nick. I've actually been working with these guys for 3 years, if you can believe it. This is, I think, the first time we've really all been in the same space. I work for Adobe Live. I do content operations and talent management for everyone. So you see everyone that comes on this show, Andrew and I, we book those people and we help tell stories.
So, Claire, you have some creative endeavors. I'm going to use Nick's mic. You have some creative endeavors that you do on your own. Tell us about that. Tell us about how you stay creative and what you like to do.
Yeah, for sure. I am a filmmaker. I'm a video editor. I have been in the film industry for 10 years. And Adobe wasn't the first stuff that I, or editing software I used. I actually started in like iMovie and then Final Cut 10.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
Some of us may still. No,
no, hopefully not.
No, I said that. We go to Rush.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay, we won't get into that. But, I mean, I still use Rush. So, but yeah, I got my first editing job at EA Games, and they were switching from Final Cut 7 to Premiere.
Yeah.
And that's how I got into the Adobe products.
Wonderful. That's great. What's your favorite thing about doing the service you do here for the channel and everything on Adobe Live?
Oh, meeting new people, really. Like, it's the best part about my job is I get to meet with these fantastic creatives. And for instance, like Andrew actually did all of my branding for my company, Code Bear Media.
Damn.
And
little perks.
yes.
Hey, everybody. Sorry to cut you off. Thanks for watching. If you're still watching this on YouTube, we're streaming on the wrong event. We kept going on the all-day event. So guess what? We're starting Office Hours over on the correct event. So stick around.
We'll be right back.
Right there.
Stick around.
Come over to Behance. Claire's going to be our first guest. We'll start over. See you on Behance, everybody.